மீனாட்சிதாச சுவாமிகள், திருமுதுகுன்ற ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ ரத்னவேலாயுத சிவபிரகாச சுவாமிகள், பழனி போகர் ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ புலிப்பாணி பாத்திர சுவாமிகள், திருப்பனந்தாள் காசி ஆதீனம் ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ சபாபதி தம்பிரான் சுவாமிகள்.
துஞ்சலிலாத போடினோ நெஞ்சகம் நெய்து நினைவில் நாள்தோறும் வஞ்சகமற்று அடி
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी गणपति होम में भाग ले रहे हैं।
सर्वजनानुरंजक निखिल प्रपंच आदर्श भूत अत्युत्कृष्ट परिपालना व्यवस्था सिद्ध्यर्थम तदर्थम अस्मिन् संसद भवने योग्य निर्णय करणार्थम निर्णीतानां कार्याणां सकल प्रतिबंधक निवृत्ति पूर्वकं सफलता सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वत्र विजयार्थम सर्वेषां जनानां सुख संतोषाद्यभिवृद्ध्यर्थम समस्ताभ्युदयार्थम संसद भवन प्रवेशांगत्वेन कृतानां सुदर्शन होम वास्तु होमादीनां अतिशय फल प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री महागणपति प्रीत्यर्थम श्री महागणपति होम पूर्णाहुतिम आचार्य मुखेन करिष्ये।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी संकल्प ले रहे हैं।
बृहदुदरमशेषं भूतिरूपं पुराणम् अमरवरसुपूज्यं रक्तवर्णं सुरेशं पशुपतिसुतमीशं विघ्नराजं नमामि। श्रीमहागणपतये नमः। मनोरथान् प्रार्थयामि।
अंगैयिल्लै वीरल अंगेळुमे तुम्मल विरमल தொடர்ந்த போதிலும் பெம்மை நரகம்
अथ देवता प्रार्थनम् नमः शिवाभ्यां नवयौवनाभ्यां परस्पराश्लिष्ट वपुर्धराभ्यां नगेन्द्रकन्या वृषवेदनाभ्यां नमो नमः शंकर पार्वतीभ्यां गंगा तरंग रमणीय जटाकलापं गौरी निरंतर विभूषित वामभागं नारायण प्रियमनंग मदापहारं वाराणसीपुरपतिं भज विश्वनाथं श्री काशी विश्वेश्वराय नमः। आरोग्यं पद्मबन्धुर्वितरतु नितरां सम्पदं शीतरश्मिः भूलाभं भूमिपुत्रस्वकलगुणयुतां वाग्विभूतिं च सौम्यः सौभाग्यं देवमन्त्रे रिपुभज शमनं भार्गवः शौर्यमार्गिः दीर्घायुस्सैंहिकेजो विपुलजनजषः केतुराचन्द्रतारम् अरिष्टानि प्रणश्यन्तु दुरितानि भयानि च शान्तिरस्तु शुभं मेस्तु ग्रहाः कुर्वन्तु मङ्गलम्। आदित्यादि नवग्रह देवताभ्यो नमः। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनम् देवके परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। यत्र योगेश्वरः कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः तत्र श्रीर्विजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवाने धर्मधर्ममा। मातर्मे मधुकैटभग्निमहिषप्राणापहारोद्यमे हेलालम्बित धूम्रलोचनवधे हे चण्डमुण्डार्दिनी निःशेषे कृतरक्तबीजतनुजे नित्ये निशुम्भापहे शुम्भध्वंसि विनाशयासि दुरितं दुर्गे नमस्तेऽम्बिके।
अभी गणपति होमम में पूर्णाहुति हो जाता है।
कविगुं सम्राजमधुभिञ्जनानाभासन्नाभात्रञ्जनयन्तदेवाः याः फलिनीर्याः फला पुष्पायाश्च पुष्पिणीः बृहस्पति प्रसोदास्तानो वैश्वानराय ओषधिभ्यस्तखिलं
भवन का उद्घाटन उत्सव में भाग लेने के लिए सभी आदीनकर्ताओं, गुरु महासन्निधानों और तंबिरान स्वामिगणों है सबको स्वागत करते हैं। आदीनों को அனைத்து ஆதீன கர்த்தர்களையும் வந்து நிற்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நினைவுபடுத்துகிறோம்।
पार्वती सप्तपदगिरं नमः पूर्णाहुतिमुत्तमाञ्जुहोति सर्वं वै पूर्णाहुतिः सर्वमेवाप्नोति अथो इदं वै पूर्णाहुतिः अस्यामेव प्रतिष्ठते वसोद्धाराञ्जुहोति वसोर्मेधारा सदिव एषा होजते धृतस्य वा एतवेषा धारामस्मिन् लोके बिम्बमानोपतिष्ठत आद्येन जुहोति तेजोमा आद्यन्ते जोमसोर्धारा तेजसैवास्मै
गणपति होमத்தில் பூர்ணாहुति
कामानेवावरुन्धे
அக்னிதேவன்
महागणपति होमे कर्मणि
நம்முடைய நாட்டிற்கு எல்லா வகையான நலங்களையும் வளங்களையும் வழங்குவதற்காக பூர்ணாகுதியில் பெருமிதத்தோடு நின்று நிலை பெற்று சகல விதமான சௌபாகியங்களையும் சுபிட்சங்களையும் தேசத்திற்கு வழங்க வேண்டும் என்கிற பிரார்த்தனையோடு இந்த பூர்ணாகுதி நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது। குரு மகா சன்னிதானங்களை வடக்கு திசை நோக்கி நிற்குமாறு பணிவன்போடு வேண்டுகிறோம்। सभी आदीनों ने सेंगोल को पूजा किया है और मंत्र शक्ति को जोड़ा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी पूर्णाहुति के बाद अभी आ रहे हैं। सेंगोल के पास और आदीनों के पास आ रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अभी सेंगोल को और सभी आदीनों को साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं। स्वतंत्रता की पूर्व संध्या पर तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम ने पंडित नेहरू को सेंगोल भेंट किया। ओ घटना का पुनरावर्तन अब भी तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम वही सेंगोल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के पास सौंप देंगे। 5 आदीनम्स उनसे शामिल होंगे और सेंगोल को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से पेश करें। तिरुवावड़ुदुरै आदीनम, धर्मपुरम आदीनम, मदुरै आदीनम, कुंड्रकुडी आदीनम, पेरूर आदीनम और वेलाकुरिची आदीनम।
தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி, நாட்டவர்க்கு இறைவா போற்றி, அரசாழ்வரானே நமதே।
कोड़रपदिकम 7वीं शतक में रहा संत एवं महात्मा त्रिज्ञान संबंधर से लिखा गया स्तोत्र है। ஸ்ரீல ஸ்ரீ குருமகா சன்னிதானங்களை அவரவர்கள் இருக்கைகளுக்கு சென்று அமருமாறு அன்போடு வேண்டுகிறோம்.
தோழி பங்கள் விடமுண்ட கண்டல்
May we request the Honorable Prime Minister
திங்கள் கங்கை முடி மேல
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री
उड़मे
सेंगोल के साथ स्वयं प्रदक्षिणा कर रहे हैं।
बुधन व्याழன்
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आप अपने आशीर्वाद के लिए सेंगोल 3 आदीनों के पास ले रहे हैं। नई भवन के अंदर जाने वाले औपचारिक जुलूस अभी शुरू होता है।
ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟೇವೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಜೈಲ್ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲಿಗೆ
स्थल से प्रधानमंत्री शोभा यात्रा के साथ पहुंचते हुए नए संसद भवन परिसर में ऐतिहासिक क्षण संसद टेलीविज़न के माध्यम से करोड़ों देशवासियों तक हम पहुंचा रहे हैं। और जैसा कि हमने देखा था, पहली बार जब संसद भवन में पहुंचे थे प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद, वहां पर उन्होंने साष्टांग किया था, दंडवत किया था। और ऐसा ही आज प्रधानमंत्री ने पवित्र सेंगोर जब उनको दिया जा रहा था उससे पूर्व किया। एक शोभा यात्रा के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री संतों और महात्माओं के साथ पहुंच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये ऐतिहासिक तस्वीरें हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं संसद टीवी के जरिए। सेंगोल प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को विधिवत तरीके से पूजन अर्चन के साथ सौंप दिया गया है। सेंगोल के मूल अर्थ की बात करें तो ये तमिल शब्द के सेमई से लिया गया है, जिसका अर्थ होता है नीति परायणता। ऐसे राजा को ये सौंपा जाता है जो नीति के तहत शासन चलाता है। न्यायपूर्ण निष्पक्ष शासन का प्रतीक है ऐतिहासिक सेंगोल, जो कि प्रधानमंत्री को कुछ ही पूर्व पहले सौंपा गया। और आपको बता दें कि सेंगोल की बनावट अगर आप देखें तो उसके शीर्ष पर विराजमान है नंदी। जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने 14 अगस्त 1947 की रात को इसे स्वीकार किया था, जब देश आज़ाद हुआ था। और उसके बाद शासन के प्रतीक के रूप में जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने इसे स्वीकार किया था।
और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि पहली बार ये तस्वीरें हैं संसद के नए भवन के नए लोकसभा सदन की। प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं नए लोकसभा सदन में, उनके साथ लोकसभा अध्यक्ष हैं, संत महात्मा हैं। शोभा यात्रा धीरे धीरे पहुंच गई है संसद के नए भवन के नए लोकसभा सदन में।
बिल्कुल, ये तब की बात है जब अंग्रेजों से भारतीयों का सत्ता हस्तांतरण हुआ था और सेंगोल को शासन के सत्ता के शासक के रूप में नीति परायणता और न्यायपूर्ण निष्पक्ष शासन के प्रतीक के रूप में सौंपा गया। और तब से वो इलाहाबाद में संग्रहालय में था। लेकिन ये एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है जब इस सेंगोल को लाया गया है संसद भवन की नई इमारत में। नए संसद भवन में लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के पास स्थापित होगा सेंगोल, जिसे विशेष अवसरों पर प्रदर्शित भी किया जाएगा। तो इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे हैं आप।
और लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के दाईं तरफ ये पवित्र सेंगोर प्रधानमंत्री स्थापित करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री संतों और महात्माओं और लोकसभा अध्यक्ष से आग्रह करते हुए ये ऐतिहासिक क्षण पवित्र प्राचीन सेंगोर लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के दाईं ओर स्थापित करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री
तो आप देख रहे हैं लोकसभा स्पीकर की कुर्सी के पास सेंगोल की स्थापना की जा रही है। और ये बहुत ही खास पल है, ऐतिहासिक पल है। सेंगोल, जैसा कि हमने बताया कि निष्पक्ष शासन, न्यायपूर्ण शासन सत्ता का प्रतीक है, जिसको कि 14 अगस्त 1947 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने स्वीकार किया था। 1947 में 14-15 अगस्त की मध्यरात्रि को जब देश आज़ाद हुआ, उसके बाद जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने सत्ता के प्रतीक के रूप में इसे स्वीकार किया था। अंग्रेजों से इसका हस्तांतरण हुआ था, लेकिन अब इसे नए संसद भवन में लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के समीप स्थापित किया जा रहा है। ये अपने आप में ऐतिहासिक है। इतने वर्षों बाद, इतने सालों बाद
स्थापित करने के पश्चात अब दीप प्रज्वलित किया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री ने पहले दीप प्रज्वलित किया, फिर लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ने किया, अब पुष्प अर्पित करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री। ये वो पवित्र सेंगोल जिसको अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री ने कुछ क्षण पहले स्थापित किया है लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के दाईं तरफ।
और इस बीच वैदिक मंत्रों का उच्चारण लगातार गूंज रहा है, जिसकी ध्वनि प्रतिध्वनि आप सुन पा रहे होंगे। एक ऐसे ऐतिहासिक जो है क्षण है, एक दैवीय माहौल है और इस बीच इष्ट देव को याद करते हुए ईश्वर की प्रार्थना के साथ संसद के नए भवन का उद्घाटन। और ये कीर्तिमान गढ़े आने वाले दिनों में, ऐसी कामना हम सभी की, इस देशवासियों को जिनको आज मिल रहा है उनका नया संसद भवन।
जी हाँ, पवित्र सेंगोल हासिल करने के पश्चात सबका अभिवादन किया था, आशीर्वाद ग्रहण किया था प्रधानमंत्री ने। अब सेंगोल को लोकसभा के भीतर लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के पास दाईं तरफ स्थापित करने के पश्चात एक बार फिर से आशीर्वाद ग्रहण करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री संतों और महात्माओं से।
बिल्कुल, कर्तव्य निष्ठा, विनम्रता, कर्तव्य परायणता, न्यायपूर्ण नीति का शासन जो है वो एक अच्छे शासक के गुण हैं और इसका प्रदर्शन करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी सेंगोल की स्थापना के बाद वहां पे पहुंचे हुए संतों पुरोहितों को हाथ जोड़कर झुककर अभिवादन करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी।
और पहली बार संसद के नए भवन के नए लोकसभा सदन के दृश्य संसद टीवी के माध्यम से तमाम देश देख रहा है। अब प्रधानमंत्री हम बता दें कि पूजा अर्चना अनुष्ठान के पश्चात सेंगोल को स्थापित कर चुके हैं लोकसभा के भीतर, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के दाईं तरफ। और आशीर्वाद ग्रहण करने के पश्चात नई लोकसभा से प्रधानमंत्री सबका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए, सबको नमस्कार करते हुए बाहर की ओर आते हुए जैसा कि कुछ देर पूर्व हमारे सहयोगी पवन शर्मा ने बताया था कि लोकसभा को राष्ट्रीय पक्षी मयूर की थीम दी गई है और राज्यसभा को राष्ट्रीय फूल कमल की थीम दी गई है।
बिल्कुल प्रतिबिंब, अगर इस पार्लियामेंट की बात करें खासतौर पे तो कहा जा रहा है कि नूतन और पुरातन का सह अस्तित्व है, यानी कि पुराना और नया, आधुनिकता और परंपरा का एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत सा मेल है। संसद का ये नया भवन जहां पे आपको एक तरफ जहां भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत परंपरा के जो है दर्शन होंगे, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ देश के तकनीकी युग में प्रवेश करते आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो तस्वीर है वो इस संसद भवन के माध्यम से दिखाई देगी। तो नूतन और पुरातन का एक बहुत ही सुंदर मिश्रण है संसद का ये नया भवन।
जी हाँ, प्रधानमंत्री का हमेशा जोर रहता है अपनी सभ्यता, अपने धर्म और अपनी परंपरा से जुड़कर आधुनिकता को ग्रहण करते हुए आगे बढ़ना, और यही दर्शा रहा है संसद का ये नया भवन। और इस भवन के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर जो रिचुअल्स, जो परंपराएं यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं।
बिल्कुल, न सिर्फ देश की प्रतिबिंब बल्कि आज पूरी दुनिया की जो निगाहें हैं वो टिकी होंगी इन ऐतिहासिक क्षणों को निहारने के लिए, देखने के लिए। और भारतीय जो है देश का हर एक नागरिक आज गर्व से गौरवान्वित हो रहा होगा इस पलों का साक्षी बनते हुए। संसद टीवी जो है सुबह 6 बजे से लगातार स्पेशल कवरेज के माध्यम से इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण की एक एक तस्वीर, पल पल का अपडेट हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं और उसकी गवाही देता आप देख रहे हैं। नए संसद भवन की जो ये इमारत है वो भी अपने आप में बेहतरीन
एक बार फिर से प्रधानमंत्री पूजा स्थल पर पहुंच गए हैं और उन्होंने लोकसभा के भीतर लोकसभा अध्यक्ष के आसन के समीप स्थापित कर दिया है प्राचीन पवित्र सेंगोल।
है वो सिर्फ लिबास बदलते हैं, जो पसीने से नहाते हैं वो ही इतिहास बदलते हैं। जिन्होंने नया इतिहास रचा वो श्रमजीवी भाई आज यहाँ मौजूद हैं और प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध कि उनका अभिनंदन करें। सत्य रंजन दास जो सुंदरवन वेस्ट से हैं, इन्होंने यहाँ श्रमिकों के लिए भोजन और जल की व्यवस्था की। भाई राम मुर्मू जी झारखंड से हैं, पूरे कार्यकाल में इन्होंने स्वच्छता अभियान चलाए रखा। एजाज अहमद साहब सुपरवाइजर भी हैं और स्टेयरकेस के माहिर हैं। पुरंजन दलाई जी उड़ीसा के चांदीपुर से हैं, सेवा धर्मों को हमेशा अपने जीवन में मानते हैं और साथ ही साथ इन्होंने पूरे क्षेत्र में सभी के लिए चाय और पानी की व्यवस्था की। किशन लाल जी बाड़मेर राजस्थान से हैं, विनियर लॉबी डिजाइन के माहिर हैं किशन लाल जी। देवलाल सुथार जी वडोदरा से हैं, सेंटर फॉयर में सीलिंग ब्रॉस फिटिंग का काम इन्हीं के हाथों हुआ है। अनिल कुमार यादव जी बिहार से हैं, भवन की बाहरी दीवारों पर सैंडस्टोन लगाने का काम इन्होंने ही किया है। पूर्वोत्तर से हैं सुब्रता सूत्रधार, बंबू फ्लोरिंग का काम इनकी पहचान है। मुजफ्फर खान साहब झारखंड से हैं, ये मैकेनिक हैं। साइट पर किसी भी मशीन में कोई भी खराबी आई तो रिपेयर का काम इन्हीं के हाथों हुआ। धर्मेंद्र जी मूलतः दिल्ली से हैं, 2 वर्षों से ज्यादा हो गया इन्हें यहाँ सेवाएं देते हुए। ब्रास पर गैस वेल्डिंग का काम इन्हीं के हाथों हुआ है। और भोले की नगरी बनारस से आनंद विश्वकर्मा जी, इन्होंने दोनों चैम्बर्स की सीलिंग और कुर्सियों का काम संभाला है। इनके नाम में ही विश्वकर्मा आता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, नमन, शत शत वंदन। मान्यवर, अब इस प्रांगण में 12 संप्रदाय के 12 प्रतिनिधि गुरुओं के द्वारा सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना की जाएगी। ये प्रार्थनाएं हमारी साझी मानवता, परंपरा और आपसी सम्मान के महत्व के शक्तिशाली अनुस्मारक के रूप में काम करती है। ये वसुदैव कुटुंबकम को दर्शाती है। वे सांप्रदायिक या धार्मिक सीमाओं को पार करते हैं, उन सामान्य मूल्यों और आकांक्षाओं पर जोर देते हैं जो हमें एक राष्ट्र भारत के रूप में बांधते हैं। ये प्रार्थनाएं एकजुट करने वाली शक्ति के रूप में काम करती है। परमादरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष जी से सादर अनुरोध कि हम सभी के साथ संपूर्ण मानवता के कल्याण हेतु की जा रही इस प्रार्थना सभा में सम्मिलित हों।
नमो तस्सा भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा संबुद्धासा 강계 도제 예존에 타와 탐제 바베체 담베 춘에 던제 고담데라 차제로 고담데라 차 고담데라 차제로 옴나모 망가와테 아바리미타 아르자나 수비니지다 텐도란다야 다당하다야 아라하테 삼야 삼부다야 대야타 옴푸나예 punaye 마하푸나 아바레미다 puna야 아바레미다 puna야 야나 소와로 세데 상가라 바레신이 나만에 강하라 서명하다 소와비시 마하나야 바레와레예 소 저주나 주베다마 땅에 자자나자 달라고도 솔로 지시나게 타다냐 메신저게 가나 양알레 데베 살라마자게 버도 야왈란 때말 지라드야 구성도 게텐 데나라 사단 추나 메달 롱에 느베 마지 때말주는 생일도 받으면 엄수바디다 맨다리에 소홈 예달 많이 해도봐마 봐 해든데 kendala가도 해와대대 견사인으로 나와요 뭐지 마샤마나 예소 에지데네 메조 제바메 드메 제와 마르 종제 응메도 조바나만 예교 사예제바메라 자자로 지대야베여가 던제도 미네주네
यदि घर को यहोवा ना बनाए तो उसके बनाने वालों का परिश्रम व्यर्थ होगा। यदि नगर की रक्षा यहोवा ना करे तो रखवाले का जागना व्यर्थ ही होगा। तुमने से ऐसा कौन है कि गढ़ बनाना चाहता हो और पहले बैठकर खर्च ना जोड़े कि पूरा करने की विसाख मेरे पास है कि नहीं। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि जब नींव डालकर तैयार ना कर सके तो सब देखने वालों ये कहकर उसे ठट्ठा में उड़ाने लगेंगे कि यह मनुष्य बनाने तो लगा पर तैयार ना कर सका। या कौन ऐसा राज्य है कि जो दूसरे राज्य के युद्ध करने जाता हो और पहले बैठकर विचार ना कर ले कि जो 20,000 लेकर मुझ पर आता है क्या मैं 10,000 लेकर उसका सामना कर सकूंगा। तब सुलेमान इज़राइल की पूरी सभा में देखते यहोवा की बेदी के सामने खड़ा हुआ और अपने हाथ स्वर्ग की ओर फैलाकर कहा, हे यहोवा, हे इज़राइल के परमेश्वर, तेरे समान तो ऊपर स्वर्ग में और आज नीचे पृथ्वी पर कोई ईश्वर है। तेरे जो दास अपने संपूर्ण मन में से अपने कि तेरे सन्मुख जानकर चलते हैं, उनके लिए तू अपनी वाचा पूरी करता है और करुणा करता रहता है। जो वचन तूने मेरे पिता दाऊद को दिया था उसका तो तूने पालन किया है। जैसा तूने अपने मुंह से कहा था वैसा ही अपने हाथ से उसे पूरा किया है जैसा आज है। आइए प्रार्थना करें। पिता परमेश्वर, हम आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद करते हैं इस नई संसद की इमारत के लिए जो आपकी आत्मा के द्वारा प्रभु आज पूरी हुई है। हम आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद करते हैं। हमारे देश के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री और तमाम सांसद प्रभु जो यहाँ पर विचार विमर्श करके इस देश को चलाएंगे, हमारी विनती है कि आपकी पवित्र आत्मा यहाँ सदा वास करे, कि प्रभु आपके द्वारा जो कुछ भी आपने संभव किया है, हमारे इस तमाम इमारत को बनाने वालों पर आपकी आशीष हो, और जिस मकसद के लिए प्रभु ये कार्य हुआ है, ये इमारत खड़ी हुई है, वो पूरा हो, कि यहाँ से न्याय हो, कि यहाँ से लोगों को आशीष मिले, कि यहाँ से जनता का भला हो। आपके पवित्र हाथों में एक बार फिर से संपूर्ण कार्रवाई को सौंपते हैं और हम इस दुआ को मांगते हैं आप ही के प्यारे बेटे हमारे खुदाबंद यीशु मसीह के पाक, पवित्र, रहीम और मीठे नाम से, आमीन।
बना में खुदा, बना में आजाद बख्शा, यन्ने बख्शा यसगार, मेहरबान रजिस्तयाओ चिस्तयाओ, मज़दातयाओ शौतनियाओ दैनयाओ वंगोयाओ, Mazdayasnois dinberaos tuadaros, que khodai barkalang forestade in-house que jartos, avortehaus din dine jartos dine aura mazdao, dade jartos pitamau, ashone ashem vaho este mastein, ustasti ustamai yarashai vaistau yashem, ashonam vangoins suraus pentau fravasho yazamaidai, Yange atau matyasne paiti mangau mazaurau, paitya sarachau yongam chau tasau tausau yazamaidai, yatha hueryau yatha ratau sau chirachau, Mangeo tasdao manangao kshote nanao mangeo svastai, shatrem chai horao ayam dregubyo daratavastarem, Hashem vaho vaiste maste ustasti, Ustahamai yarashai vaistau yashem.
बहाए प्रार्थना। हे मेरे ईश्वर, हे मेरे ईश्वर, अपने सेवकों के हृदय को एक कर दे और उन पर अपना महान उद्देश्य प्रकट कर, जिससे वह तेरे आदेशों का अनुपालन करे और तेरे नियमों पर अटल रहे। हे ईश्वर, तू उनके प्रयासों में उनकी सहायता कर और उन्हें अपनी सेवा करने की शक्ति प्रदान कर। हे ईश्वर, उन्हें उनके ऊपर ना छोड़, उनके पगों का अपने ज्ञान के प्रकाश द्वारा मार्गदर्शन कर और उनके हृदय को अपने प्रेम से आनंदित कर दे। सत्य ही तू उनका सहायक और उनका स्वामी है।
Prayer from Judaism. Mizmor le David Adonai roi lo ehsar bin odeshet yar biseni al menuhot ena haleni bet yan heni bema gele se dek lema anshemo gam ki elek beged salama web lo irara ki atta imade shipte ka ubishante ka he maye namoni tarok lefanai shulakan neget sorarai dishanta bashe menoshi kosi revaya akto vaeset irde puni kolye me haya veshapti bebet adonai leore kyamim. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me gently beside the still waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because God is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine adversaries. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord for length of days. Let us say Amen.
लोकतंत्र के पवित्र मंदिर संसद के नए भवन के उद्घाटन के अवसर पर जैन प्रार्थना भगवान महावीर की वाणी। नमो अरहंताणम, नमो सिद्धाणम, नमो आयरियाणम, नमो वज्जायाणम, नमो लोये सब्ब साहुणम, ऐसो पंचनमोक्कारो सब्ब पावप पणासनो मंगलानम च सब्बे सिंह पड़मम हवई मंगलम चत्तारी मंगलम अरहंता मंगलम सिद्धा मंगलम साहु मंगलम केवली पन्नतो धम्मो मंगलम चत्तारी लोकतमा अरहंता लोकतमा सिद्धा लोकतमा साहु लोकतमा केवली पन्नतो धम्मो लोकतमो चत्तारी शरणं भवज्जामि अरहंते शरणं भवज्जामि सिद्धे शरणं भवज्जामि साहु शरणं भवज्जामि केवली पन्नतम धम्मं शरणं भवज्जामि धम्मो मंगलमुक्कीठम अहिंसा संजमो तवो देवावि तम नमन संति जस धम्मे सयामणो जो पुब्ब रत्तावर रत्त काले संपिखई अपगम पैणम जेम किणम कट्टम जो पुब्ब रत्तावर रत्त काले। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं मनुष्य जन्म से नहीं कर्म से महान बनता है, इसलिए तू श्रेष्ठ कर्म कर। अप्पा कत्ता विकत्ता है, दुहानी है सुहानी है, अप्पा मित्तम अमित्तम च दुपट्टी है सुपट्टी है। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं जो सहस्रम सहस्राणम संगा में दुज्जे जिणे एकम जिणे जे अप्पाणम ऐस से परमोह जो। भगवान महावीर कहते हैं सदा कम्मुणो बम्मुणो होई खत्तियो वैसो कम्मुणो होई शुद्धो होई कम्मुणो। मैं इस अवसर पर संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से श्वेतांबर दिगंबर स्थानकवासी डेरावासी तेरापंथी की ओर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं बधाई देते हुए अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने धर्म दंड को राजदंड को सुंगेल को उसके उचित स्थान पर ऐतिहासिक स्थान पर प्रस्थापित किया। संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार अभिनंदन।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। अर्रहमान अल्लमल कुरआन खलक़ल इंसान अल्लमहुल बयान अश्शम्सु वल क़मरु बिहुस्बान वन्नज्मु वश्शजरु यस्जुदान वस्समाअ रफ़अहा ववضعल मीज़ान अल्ला ततग़ौ फ़िल मीज़ान वअक़ीमुल वज़न बिल क़िस्ति वला तुख़सिरुल मीज़ान वल अर्ज़ वضعहा लिल अनाम फ़ीहा फ़ाकिहतुन वन्नख़्लु ज़ातुल अकमाम वल हब्बु ज़ुल अस्फ़ि वर्रैहान فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان وله الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان
सुही महला पंजवा सुख महल जाके ऊंच द्वारे तामे वासे भगत प्यारे सुख महल जाके ऊंच द्वारे तामे वासे भगत प्यारे सहज कथा प्रभ की अत मीठी विरले काहो नेत्रों डीठी सहज कथा प्रभ की अत मीठी विरले काहो नेत्रों डीठी रहाओ तह गीत नाद अघारे संगा ऊहा संत करे हर रंगा तह गीत नाद अखारे संगा ऊहा संत करे हर रंगा तह मरण न जीवन सोग न हरखा साच नाम की अमृत बरखा तह मरण न जीवन सोग न हरखा साच नाम की अमृत बरखा गोज कथाएं गुरते जानी नानक बोले हर हर बाणी गोज कथाएं गुरते जानी नानक बोले हर हर बाणी। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
संपूर्ण जैन समाज की ओर से भारत की धरती को नमन करती हूँ। णमो जिणाणम जय जिनेन्द्र। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के सानिध्य में नवीन संसद भवन के भव्य उद्घाटन समारोह के पावन अवसर पर प्राकृत भाषा संस्कृत में जैन प्रार्थना। सुरासुर मनु सिंध वंदितम बोधिघायिकं मनम परिमामि वर्धमानं तीर्थं ब्रह्मसिद्धतारं हरिहन्तो भगवन्तेन्द्रियमहिता सिद्धाशसिद्धीश्वरा आचार्यादिशासिनोन्नतिकरा पूज्या उपाध्यायका श्री सिद्धांत सुपाठिता मुनिवरा रत्नत्रया राधिका पंचैते परमेष्ठिनः प्रतिदिनं कुर्वन्तु ते मङ्गलं कुर्वन्तु नो मङ्गलं यदि ये चैव शासनम भगवान महावीर के 2550वें निर्माणोत्सव पर सभी देशवासियों के मन में अहिंसा की भावना हो। अहिंसा परमो धर्म की जय। जय नम जय कुशासन।
नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा उस दे सिर तो टले भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। बिसर गई सब तात पराई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई। ना को वैरी नहीं बिगाना सगल संग हमको बन आई। जो प्रभु कीनो सो पल मान्यो एक सुमत साधु ते पाई। जो प्रभु कीनो सो पल मान्यो ए सुमत साधु ते पाई। सब में रव रहा प्रभु एक पेक पेक नानक बिगसाई। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा, जिसते होवे तेरी कृपा सदे सिर तो टले भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। नानक नाम चढ़दी कला तेरे पाड़े सरबत दा भला। वाहिगुरु जी का खालसा वाहिगुरु जी की फतेह।
महतः राष्ट्रस्य भारतस्य नूतन संसद भवनस्य उद्घाटनावसरे अस्मिन् ऐतिहासिके शुभावसरे श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतायाः ज्ञान विज्ञान योग इति सप्तमाध्यायस्य 7 श्लोकानां पाठः प्रस्तूयते। श्री भगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमना पार्थ योगं युञ्जन्मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मां यथा ज्ञास्यसि तच्छृणु। ज्ञानं तेऽहं सविज्ञानमिदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यद् ज्ञातव्यमवशिष्यते। मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् यतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः। भूमिरापो नलो वायुः खं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहंकार इतीयं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरष्टधा। अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मे परां जीवभूतां महाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत्। एतद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाण्यत्युपधारय अहं कृष्णस्य जगतः प्रभवः प्रलयस्तथा। मत्तः परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति।
सविता देव अमंगल जो, उसको हमसे दूर करो। जो कुछ मंगल है उससे तुम हम सबको भरपूर करो। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
तो देश को मिल गया है नया संसद भवन, जो प्रतीक है हमारे स्वाभिमान का, हमारी आन बान शान का, आज़ादी के अमृत काल में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, सभी के लिए शासन के न्याय का प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। नया संसद भवन लोकतंत्र का मंदिर, आकांक्षाओं का प्रतीक और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की एक बड़ी परिकल्पना जो जमीन पर उतरती दिखाई दी। आज प्रधानमंत्री ने इसमें सेंगोल को भी स्थापित किया, जो कि अपने आप में न्याय का, कर्तव्य निष्ठा का प्रतीक है, जो बताता है सभी के लिए न्याय शासन सुनिश्चित करे।
बिल्कुल भव्य, दिव्य, अद्भुत, अलौकिक, अकल्पनीय, अविस्मरणीय, शायद शब्द कम पड़ रहे हैं जिस तरह से ये उद्घाटन समारोह हुआ है, और बेहद कम सीमित समय में ये पूरा जो निर्माण कार्य संपन्न हुआ है, बहुत ही भावुक कर देने वाले ये पल हैं। तो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है भारत, और आज उसके एक नए मंदिर का निर्माण हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने नए संसद भवन की इमारत को 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों को समर्पित किया है। भारत के जीवंत लोकतंत्र को एक नई ऊंचाइयों पर ले जाने में एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। ये नए और मजबूत भारत की तस्वीर है। ये वैश्विक गुरु भारत की एक नई पहचान है। नया संसद नए और बुलंद भारत की प्रतीक है। आधुनिकता से लेकर संस्कृति का एक बेहतरीन संगम है। सभी भारतवासियों की आकांक्षाओं का ये प्रतीक है। बेहद भव्य और अद्भुत रहा ये पूरा कार्यक्रम। बेहद भावुक कर देने वाले ये क्षण है। एक इतिहास के साक्षी बने हैं इस वक्त हम सभी। तो किस तरह से देश के विकास पथ को और सुदृढ़ करेगा लोकतंत्र का ये मंदिर, आने वाले भविष्य की तस्वीर तय करेगा लोकतंत्र का ये मंदिर।
पूरे विधि विधान के साथ प्रधानमंत्री ने आज संसद भवन राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। तमिल अधिनम उनके साथ रहे। सर्वधर्म प्रार्थना सभा का भी आयोजन किया गया, और इसके साथ ही वो क्षण अपने आप में भाव विभोर कर देने वाले थे जब प्रधानमंत्री ने साष्टांग प्रणाम किया।
तो तस्वीरें आप सब देख रहे हैं, ये तस्वीरें संसद भवन की है। पूजा अर्चना हो चुकी है।
मंत्री अभी सेंगोल को और सभी आदीनों को साष्टांग नमस्कार कर रहे हैं।
செம்மையா கொண்ட திருநாவுக்கரையந்த நடியார்க்கும் அடியேன் ஒரு நம்பி குலச்சிறைதன் அடியார்க்கும் அடியேன்
स्वतंत्रता की पूर्व संध्या पर तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम ने पंडित नेहरू को सेंगोल भेंट किया। ओ घटना का पुनरावर्तन अब भी तिरुवावडुरै आदीनम वही सेंगोल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के पास सौंप देंगे। 5 आदीनम्स उनसे शामिल होंगे और सेंगोल को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री से पेश करें। मंत्री अभी सेंगोल को आदीनम।
We saw the hour-long ceremony of the Prime Minister witness, and the nation, of course, witness to the prayers, the rituals amid the Vedic chants and those from the Sangam Tamil literature, in which Prime Minister was given the Sengol. It was consecrated and then it was placed in the Lok Sabha chamber, ultimately finding its place of pride, its rightful place in the scheme of things of India. The Dharmadan essentially signifies righteousness in power, the righteousness with which you exercise power, and that symbolism being carried by the Prime Minister. I think in many ways it's a message to generations to come of how, when it comes to wielding power, righteousness, the rightness should be the primary concern, the leitmotif. And these pictures of the last 1 hour essentially underscoring that thought, with the seers accompanying the Prime Minister in these pictures, as we see him having taken the consecrated Sengol, walked. All right, this is the procession in which Prime Minister took the Sengol from the prayer ceremony to the Lok Sabha chamber. Let's listen in to those sounds coming in from the Parliament.
தோழி பங்கள் விடமுண்ட கள்ளல் மிக நல்ல வேணை கடவி திங்கள் गंगे मोड़े मेल
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री सेंगोल के साथ स्वयं प्रदक्षिणा कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री आप अपने आशीर्वाद के लिए सेंगोल ती आदीनों के पास ले रहे हैं। नई भवन के अंदर जाने वाले औपचारिक जुलूस अभी शुरू होता है।
ಹಾಂ ನೀವು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಬರ್ತಾರಂತ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟೇನು ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲಿಗೆ.
हाँ खत्म हो गया जल्दी।
तो बेहद महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, ऐतिहासिक क्षण, ये क्षण दर्ज हो रहे हैं स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी वैदिक मंत्रोच्चार के साथ, पूरे विधि विधान के साथ सेंगोल का पूजा अर्चन, आदिनम का आशीर्वाद और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी सेंगोल को ले जाते हुए, जो कि प्रतीक है न्याय का, जो प्रतीक है सत्ता में, शासन में कर्तव्य परायणता का, जो प्रतीक है सत्य निष्ठा का, और उसी प्रतीक को हाथ में लिए हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, जिसे तमिल अधिनियम ने सौंपा प्रधानमंत्री को, एक कर्तव्य के रक्षक के रूप में, कर्तव्य निष्ठा के रूप में, सत्य के रूप में, कल्याणकारी शासन के रूप में सेंगोल, जिसका पूजा अर्चन किया गया पूरे वैदिक मंत्रोच्चार के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। और ये क्षण अनुपम इसलिए भी हैं क्योंकि ये हमारे ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक विरासत और आधुनिकता के संगम को अपने आप में समेटे हुए हैं।
जिस सेंगोल आज नई इमारत में स्थापित किया जाएगा,
तो भारतीय संसद गौरवशाली अतीत
पूर्व संध्या में भारत के प्रथम प्रधानमंत्री जी पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू तिरुवावड़ुरे आदिनम में समर्पण किया गया था। वही राजदंड, वही सेंगोल संसद के नए भवन में अभी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्थापित करेंगे। एक औपचारिक जुलूस संसद के नए भवन में चल रहे हैं। पवित्र सेंगोल देखकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री उसका विशेष जगह में अभी स्थापित करेंगे। 1947 ஆகஸ்ட் மாதம் ஸ்ரீரஸ்ரீ மகாசன்னிதானம் திருவாவடுதுறை ஆதீனம் அவர்கள் நாட்டின் முதல் பிரதம மந்திரியாக இருந்த பண்டித நேரு அவர்களிடத்திலே வழங்கிய செங்கோலை தற்போது மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் கையில் ஏந்திக் கொண்டு ஆதீன கர்த்தர்கள் புடைசூழ நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் புதிய கட்டடத்திற்கு ஊர்வலமாக வந்து இப்போது அந்த புனித செங்கோலை அதற்கான உரிய இடத்தில் स्थापितम செய்கிறார்கள்। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने सेंगोल को विशेष जगह में स्थापित कर रहे हैं। நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் புதிய கட்டடம் திறக்கப்படுவது உணர்வுபூர்வமாக விளக்குகிற வகையில் மாண்புமிகு பிரதம மந்திரி அவர்கள் பஞ்சமுக தீபம் ஏற்றி மங்களமும் ஒளியும் சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற சபாநாயகர் அவர்கள் ஒளி சேர்க்கிறார்கள். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अभी सेंगोल மலர்கள் சபை அரசாழ்வர் ஆணை நமதே செங்கோல் மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செலுத்துகிறார்கள். ஆயிரத்தி 1947 ஆண்டு ஆட்சி மாற்றத்தின் அடையாளமாக வழங்கப்பட்ட செங்கோல் தமிழகத்தின் காவிரி கரையிலிருந்து திருவாவூருக்கு வழங்கப்பட்ட அந்த செங்கோல் இப்போது நாடாளுமன்றத்தில் புதிய கட்டடத்தில் அதற்குரிய இடத்தில் நிலைநிறுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஆதீன கர்த்தர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவரும் தனித்தனியாக வணக்கம் செலுத்திக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
ஓதும் அடியார்கள் வானில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே மாலை ஓதும் அடியார்கள் வானில் அரசாழ்வராணை நமதே மாலை ஓதும் அடியார்கள்
All right, we have been getting pictures of the hour-long ceremony of the rituals, the prayers that took place in the Parliament complex. First for the consecration of the Sangol, which was handed over to the Prime Minister. Then the Prime Minister physically carrying it in a procession led by steers to the Lok Sabha chamber, where it was installed with full honours and its dignity restored from having been called a walking stick to what it is, which is a symbol of righteousness in the wielding of power. And then Prime Minister meeting the Shramajivs, the workers who participated in the building of the Parliament. This is a day when all the cliches can be used. It's a significant day, a momentous day, a history-making day, a historical day, a defining moment, and a landmark. I'm told our reporters are joining us live now, even as the ceremonies, the first half of the ceremonies are over inside the Parliament, and the formal dedication and inauguration would happen in the midst of all the important people of the country, including the chief ministers who have flown in from their respective states, governors, lieutenant governors, all the members of Parliament who are going to be there. Of course, apart from those boycotting those 20-odd parties. I'm told Shawan is joining us live from Vijay Chowk. Shawan, we can see the new Parliament building in your backdrop. You've been there since morning. Just help the viewers soak in the atmosphere and the mood there on the ground, even as we saw those pictures coming in from the Parliament, from the inside of the Parliament building.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, this is the rear view of the Parliament is what we get to understand, because as of now, the access has not been given to the media. That's the only vantage point from where we can report as of now. This gives you a sense of that sprawling new Parliament, which essentially is now the symbol of New India. And more importantly, this comes at a time when we have seen a lot of politics being played over this. The construction of the parliament itself, the very fact that when the foundation was laid during the peak of the pandemic, remember you had the opposition parties raising concerns about the parliament. But what many forget is that this symbol of New India is something that everyone is going to take pride in, and that's exactly what what you were asking. What's the kind of excitement that is certainly palpable, given the fact that you would have even some of the opposition parties all this while who were opposing, for instance, the National Conference, they too have now come around by praising the parliament. One cannot perhaps take away the fact that this was the requirement, something that has been raised by the previous Lok Sabha speakers, starting from Meera Kumar. And the fact of the matter is that this is exactly the symbol of New India. And let's not forget the requirement of the new parliament itself. The very fact that the current parliament was actually not designed for a bicameral legislator. This particular parliament essentially looks into the future needs of our country. The very fact that even after the post-delimitation, when there's a possibility of the number of our parliamentarians essentially increasing, how exactly would you house them? Now, this parliament takes care of that. And not just that, more than the generic requirements of a parliament, it essentially reflects the need of this country, which is reflected in almost everything. The functioning of the government, the functioning of, apart from that, how it exactly, the future of our country itself, all of that somewhere down the line reflects in this particular parliament. Let's not forget, this is a representation of our country. Every nook and corner of our country is now represented in the parliament. In the days to come, that representation to be increased, that too is now reflected in the parliament.
All right, Shravan, thank you so much for that brief dip in from the ground there. I'm told we have to take a short break, a very short one, and then come back with a panel of guests to discuss the significance of this momentous occasion. Viewers, be right back.
Believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurated everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV-3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. So that was the first time I interacted with Dr. Kalam.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है ये कहाँ से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I wanted to do something in aeronautics, something where I can exercise my hobby to launch rockets or do aircraft. मुझे flying objects से बहुत प्यार था. Then I consulted and I realized if I really want to do aeronautics and also rockets, DRDL is the right place to join. Immediately after completing my project work and finishing my Viva, next day I took a train and came to Hyderabad and joined DRDL.
We, the people of India, must launch a counter movement against this insult to the country. And the hashtag for tonight is My Parliament, My Pride. I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India.
All right, welcome back. As we head into a discussion on what this day and these events really mean for India, for the destiny of India, let's look back again at those pictures that came in from inside the Lok Sabha chamber of new Parliament building when the Prime Minister installed the Sengol along with their Speaker.
நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் புதிய கட்டடத்திற்கு ஊர்வலமாக வந்து இப்போது அந்த புனித செங்கோலை அதற்கான உரிய இடத்தில் ஸ்தாபிதம் செய்கிறார்கள். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने सेंगोल को विशेष जगह में स्थापित कर रहे हैं. அரசாழ்வர் ஆணை நமதே என்கிற கோளறு பதிகத்தின் வரிகள் இப்போது பாடப்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी रोशनी कर रहे हैं. நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் புதிய கட்டடம் திறக்கப்படுவது உணர்வுபூர்வமாக விளக்குகிற வகையில் மாண்புமிகு பிரதம மந்திரி அவர்கள் பஞ்சமுக தீபம் ஏற்றி மங்களமும் ஒளியும் சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற சபாநாயகர் அவர்கள் ஒளி சேர்க்கிறார்கள். माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अभी सेंगोल மலர்கள் சடைகளும் அரசாழ்வர் ஆணை நமதே என்கிற அந்த மந்திர வரிகளில் செங்கோலுக்கு மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் மரியாதை செலுத்துகிறார்கள்.
All right, Shawan continues to be with us, and I'm told I'm joined in by Suhail Seth, Managing Partner, Council Age India, and of course a brand guru. Suhail, very good morning, welcome, and many happy returns of the day. You share your birthday with Veer Savarkar. You would have thoughts on that, but I want to begin by asking you, before a political question, as a brand guru, what do you make out of these pictures that have beamed over the last 1 hour across the country? Prime Minister prostrating before the Sengol, before the seers amid the chants, Prime Minister carrying the Sengol in his hands in a procession, in a religious procession to the Lok Sabha chamber, installing it beside the chair of the speaker, where the proceedings of the parliament will go on from here on till maybe next 100 years. Sohail, your thoughts as a brand guru on those pictures?
I think it's a great day for India. It's a great day for democracy. It's a sad day for the opposition, which is boycotting it because they, by their own volition, refuse to be part of the making of history. It's a great day for India telling the world that we are now entering our temple of democracy, a temple that we've built by those Shramjeevis, built because India is where it is. And Modi is but a representative of each one of us. He is an elected prime minister. He's not a nominated prime minister. As he walks into the portals of parliament today, he walks on behalf of each one of us. He walks on behalf of India. He walks on behalf of every Indian, no matter whether that Indian lives in India or not. So today, to my mind, is a day of celebration. We have a habit in this country to mar every celebratory day with something that is negative, something that is unseemly, and something that is ungodly. When I saw him walk with the seers looking down on him, then I saw the interfaith prayer, his eyes shut in prayer, all his colleagues behind him. It gave me a great sense of pride. You know this very, very well. I don't care about the BJP or the Congress. I don't belong to any political party, but I am and will remain an avowedly, deeply proud Indian. Proud of my heritage, proud of my legacy, proud of my civilizational legacy. And you know what? Modi is bringing back these things so that our children know where they come from. They don't come from Macaulay alone. They don't come from Aurangzeb's time alone. Our civilizational legacy is far more replete with the riches of literature, the riches of culture. Today, people are saying, but the scepter is a symbol of royalty, blah, blah, blah. Why? This is part of our history. Why do we want to negate it? So for me, it's a great day. It's a day of reaffirming our pledge to our democracy. And it's a day for telling the world that all is well in India. And that as we enter this new chamber, we will enter with the same old values of trust, transparency, and honesty.
Important that you mention civilizational legacy, because an attempt has been made, Sohail, of projecting this as religious, as some kind of Hindu resurgence, some kind of Hindu reclaiming of the modern history or Hindu imposition. And these are the same set of people, Sohail, who would indicate towards the north-south divide, who would talk about the north's hegemony. And here we have a prime minister from the north talking ad nauseum of Tamil culture, of Tamil contribution to the integrity and unity of India, of how Tamil culture is integral to India's destiny. And by center staging that Sengol inside the new parliament building, Prime Minister has essentially sought to bridge that divide. Nobody is going to talk about that.
You see, because today we have come to a situation where politics has overtaken our mental faculties in a way that we only look at it through the prism of negativity. Let me tell you this. Religion was created by mankind. Okay, it wasn't as if religion dropped from the skies. It is part of any societal culture. Therefore, willy-nilly, it becomes part of civilizational legacy. When you talk about the evolution of religion, it is juxtaposed and contextualized with the evolution of humanity. That's how it is. And so to say that, it's a religious ceremony, but religion is part of who we are. It's part of our society. It's part of the festivals. It's the same people who will insist on a holiday on Diwali or insist on a holiday on Christmas, which, by the way, is fine. But why are you insisting on those holidays? Those holidays have a religious context to them. So their argument is facetious and facile. My point is, why negate what we have? A. B. Today, as we saw, there's an interfaith, a multi-faith prayer going on. It is as much about the Quran as it is about the Granth Sahib, as it is about Hinduism, as it is about Zoroastrianism, as it is about about Buddhism, Jainism. So why are we constantly nitpicking because we want to prove a point, and our visceral hatred for Narendra Modi has now moved to our visceral hatred for democracy and who we are? The point I'm making is, and you asked a very important question, today is the day where every Indian will know, should know, and must know who he or she really is. We must be proud of who we are without being arrogant. We must be cognizant of where we come from without being brazen. And to my mind, this is not just the opening of a new parliament, it is the revival of a new India. When you talk about a new India is about civilization. It is not about Hinduism. It is about Indianness. Can you have Indianness without Hinduism? You can't. Can you have Hinduism without Indianness? You can't. Can you negate the Sanatan Dharma? You cannot. Can you negate our Sanskriti? You cannot. Can you negate our civilizational legacy? You cannot. These people are academically deficient. They have continuously divided humanity on the basis of religion, when religion's sole purpose is to unite and bring calmness. It is to create an aura of peace, of positivity, of unity. For me, this is a great day. And let me tell you, if the Prime Minister's pratham or prime motives are about the revival of Hinduism, so be it. Why should the majority of this country always be made to feel ashamed of being part of a majority just because for 70 years you had the appeasement of minorities, which was not on the basis of their neglect, but it was on the basis of usurping power. See, I can understand if you empathize with communities which are marginalized, but I don't empathize when you use those communities only for one purpose and one purpose alone, that is to gain power. And today, to my mind, as I said, is a great day for India, for Indianness, for Bharatiyata, for our Sanskriti, and for who we are. आज ये हमें दिखाएगा, देशवासियों को दिखाएगा कि हम हैं कौन. Not with arrogance, but with humility, with vinamrata.
Very well said. To be proud without being arrogant. Shawan is joining us.
Well, let me also introduce Ratan Shah.
All right, Shawan, over to you. Shawan, over to you.
Right. Well, Abhishek, before I just quickly go across to Ratan Shah, just for the benefit of our viewers, of course, we can't give you the visuals right from inside the parliament, but this is one vantage point from where we are reporting, where we could actually show you the rear side of the parliament. And as Sohail said, was also pointing out, perhaps this represents Naya Bharat. That's exactly what we have been talking about. Bringing in Ratan Sharda at this point in time. Ratan Sharda, would you say that somewhere down the line this is some sort of a lost opportunity for both sides, be it the BJP or for that matter the 20 opposition parties? As far as the opposition parties are concerned, they've missed the opportunity to be part of what many are saying, creating history. As far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, is it also a lost opportunity for them to walk the extra mile for bringing the opposition parties together? Because today, this is not about politics. This is about the future of our country. This is about my parliament, my pride. So do you think somewhere down the line, it's a lost opportunity for both sides?
Put something positive, then I'll talk about the negative politics. For me, I am fortunate to have witnessed some of the rare landmark events in Bharat since Modi ji came. And I think none of those landmark events took place earlier on. One was the National War Memorial, which was not done for 70 years. And there's something that was trying to be done, it was not done. We have Netaji statue under the canopy on the Kartavya Path, which was not done for decades. Today he never got his due. We have the Ram Mandir, which is the which is the signaling of our resurgence as a nation, and now this new parliament. This new parliament, the way it has been inaugurated, it gives me goosebumps. I mean, this is the time when you see the old merging with the new. The greatness of the civilization is continuity. So for a civilization which has a documentation of at least 10,000 years to the current Bharat, which was neglected, which was denied by the ruler so far by claiming to be a Bharat which was born on 15th August 1947, which was never a nation, to a stage where we very proudly claim that we are a continuous civilization, we are a continuous perennial nation which has been around for thousands of years. And the priest and the pujaris coming from north to south, the inherent integrity of north and south has been established. It was such a wonderful sight, followed by all the religion prayer. All this shows that this is the beginning of the Amrit Kal. I believe the establishment of this Raj Dand, that is Sengol, is the beginning of the Amrit Kal, because we have asserted our identity, which we have tried to deny for years. When you deny your own identity, imagine we are the only nation which for 75 years have been struggling and arguing and debating and fighting that who are we? Nowhere in the world we have people who don't know who they are, or we argue about who we are. Every nation knows from where it comes, from where its civilization comes, even if it's just 200-year-old. We have something very proud to be very proud of. Our economic achievements, scientific achievements, all were denied. As you will remember, when a French delegation met Pandit Nehru after visiting Pondicherry, and they talked about the greatness of Indian civilization and how it will lead the world tomorrow, Mr. Nehru said that you are trying to promote and laud the very things I am trying to destroy. From there to today is a long journey. It's a struggle. We have reached that. Now coming to the opposition behaving certain way, how does BJP take them along? Please tell me. Since 2014, show me one occasion when opposition has stood with the party, with the government. Beginning from the first day to the last day when he bowed before the Lok Sabha steps, he was ridiculed. Every step that we took for the nation, every law that was ridiculed, it is like a rutha hua fufa in a barat who is never satisfied. He will create a problem in barat. Mujhe khana nahi mila, mujhe peena nahi mila. All that ruthi with saas and bahu and this rutha hua fufa is the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, we are going to discuss this aspect of Modi versus the opposition, the role the opposition has played, not just on this day of inauguration, but since the process of getting a new parliament building began. We will discuss religion versus secularism. Ratan Sharda, you were mentioning about the Modi legacy and the centering of religion that has happened. Let's go to, I'm told we are joined by Mr. C.R. Kesavan, the great-grandson of Rajaji, C. Rajgopalachari, India's first Governor General, India's first Indian Governor General. Very good morning, Mr. Kesavan. You, as someone coming from Rajaji family with Rajaji legacy, what are your thoughts on this controversy surrounding Rajaji's role in this installation of Sengol, the ceremony for which took place just an hour back?
This is not a day of controversy. This is a day of celebration. This is a day of honoring our timeless tradition and civilizational heritage. There is a wonderful verse, in Sanskrit, which says, Yato dharmastato jayaha, which means wherever there is dharma, there is victory. And today, there is a victory for dharma when you saw our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji installing the sacred Sengol in the temple of our democracy. So first, all of us as Indians are very proud, especially I'm from Tamil Nadu, where the Sengol has its roots. So we express a heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and only a person like Narendra Modi ji, who has profound understanding of our civilizational heritage and tradition, who has immense respect for our parampara and values, could have brought this Sengol out of oblivion and installed it in the rightful place where it belongs. And I was seeing the ceremony in the morning. Yesterday, all the seers handed over the Sengol to our Prime Minister, and today morning, I saw the way our Honorable Prime Minister did a Sashtang Namaskar, to the Sengol. It gave us goosebumps as Indians. One thing we should understand is we are very, very fortunate to have a prime minister like this, who not only understands the tradition, but ensures that India as a civilization, India as a one nation, is given its rightful place. And, it was very, very moving to say the least. But coming back to the question you asked, our national emblem, if you see the Dharma Chakra, the Ashoka Chakra, under it you have Satyameva Jayate. Everybody knows the meaning of Satyameva Jayate. It means truth alone triumphs. It's from the Upanishad. But the full verse is Satyameva Jayate Nanritam. It means truth alone triumphs and not falsehoods. Very recently, if you see, there was a lot of false narrative, false stories woven about, questioning the significance of the Sengol in the transfer of power. Yesterday, you saw the Adinams clarify, saying that the Mat record showed very clearly that, the role of rajaji, and then how the Adinams made the Sengol and then gave it to Mountbatten, took it back from him, consecrated it and gave it to Pandit Nehru. So it is very, very clear that the falsehoods which have been woven have been decisively defeated. And today, in a triumph of truth, our Prime Minister has installed the sacred Sengol in the temple of our democracy, the Parliament, and the Sengol. In Tamil, the word means Semmai, which is righteousness or Dharma. This Sengol will stand in our new Parliament, symbolizing the rule of Dharma, which is indeed our civilizational essence and core.
Okay, Mr. Keswan, let's begin one by one. My question to you is, in 1947, and Pandit Nehru, though he was not an atheist, but he was a self-proclaimed agnostic, still, he had the heart and mind to agree to this ceremony, consult with Rajaji, and participate in it. And today, we have the Legati Congress of the same Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru completely boycotting, lampooning, even calling the Sengol ceremony bogus. Your thoughts on that? The fact that there is a strong tradition in Tamil Nadu and goes back thousands of years, not just about the Chola Empire, perhaps even the Chalukyas. There is the Virupaksha temple in Karnataka with a statue or idol of Shiva with a Sengol in hand, and its center stage. So the kind of journey that the Congress party has really traveled from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to today.
The handing over of the scepter or the sacred Sengol is an Indic civilizational heritage. And this has been there from time immemorial. And when this, I can hear my echo, please. Kindly cut it down. So this has been there from time immemorial, and that is what the Tiruvavadure Adinam, which is one of the most senior and historic Shaivite mutts, very clearly said yesterday. So if somebody, and if you see the Adinam, when he gave a press conference, the Swamigal very clearly said that he was very pained that people were lying for political reasons and questioning their credibility and also insulting the sacred Sengol. So if somebody has called the Tiruvavadure Adinam bogus and liars, it is indeed very wrong and unfortunate. They need to tender an unconditional apology to the Tiruvavadure Adinam and its followers. But the more important question one reflects and wants to ask is, when the announcement came that our Honorable Prime Minister will be reviving and restoring the civilizational glory when the new Parliament building is unveiled by installing the scepter, for 1 or 2 days there was no news. When suddenly there were fabricated stories questioning the role of the Sengol in the transfer of power. One wonders whether this was a red herring, whether this was a tactic to divert, distort, deflect, and distract attention from the real question which the entire country is now asking. Why was the sacred Sengol basically discarded into oblivion? It was degraded, disgraced, defamed, and diluted. Its importance diminished, and it was tucked away as a walking stick. It was termed as a golden walking stick kept away in the museum. So the question one needs to ask is, whoever is responsible for this needs to first apologize to the entire nation for defaming and kind of degrading the importance of this Sengol. And they owe an apology to the country. That is something which ought to be done. But today, this civilizational glory which was lost has been restored by our Honorable Prime Minister to its rightful place in Parliament. And all of us as Indians are very proud and happy that we're seeing this happen in our lifetime.
My last question to you, Mr. Keswan, before we let you go. Prime Minister, when he received the Sengol, said that Tamil culture is intertwined with India's destiny. And these mutts, these adhinams, they exemplify in many ways the thought of Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat. And here is a Prime Minister from North talking about Tamil as integral to idea of India. Here is a Prime Minister who, after 7 days trip to Asia Pacific, to 3 countries, comes back and at the airport itself talks about how he felt proud when he launched or inaugurated the Tamil version of the local Papua New Guinea language version of Thirukural on his visit to Papua New Guinea. And then we have reactions coming in from the Tamil Nadu government and the ruling party there that, oh, this is just a symbol of monarchy. In fact, we are seeing since morning an article trending which talks about Annadurai sort of mocking the Sengol ceremony in 1947 itself. So you think that this is going to have some impact? I mean, and this disconnect between the ruling party there and the sentiment on the ground?
It's a pertinent question you asked. In fact, some political parties had questioned how can you keep the sacred Sengol in Parliament, because the sacred Sengol has the Nandi, which is a religious symbol. So I respectfully want to remind these people. See, the Tamil Nadu state emblem, if you see, it has a temple or a gopuram. It is said to be the temple of Srivilliputturu Andal. And if you see, as I said, the national emblem has the motto Satyameva Jayate, which is from the Mundaka Upanishad. And I told you, the Supreme Court's motto, which is what I told you, is Yato Dharmas Tata Jayaha. So whether it is a Nandi or whether it is a Gopuram or whether it is the Upanishad, these are not religious symbols. These are the quintessential essence of our civilization, heritage and tradition. And as you see in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the Honorable Prime Minister and the government has taken a very earnest effort, which has to be commended, to ensure unsung heroes and heroines of our freedom movement and untold milestones are given their deserved due. And the standing testimony to this is Kashi Sangamam. You talked about civilizational commonality, civilizational core. The Kashi Sangamam very clearly established and invoked the kind of unity and interconnectedness we had from the south to the north. And if you see the Madhavpur Mela, we never knew about it. The connection between Gujarat and the Mishi tribes of Arunachal Pradesh, from where Rukmani, the wife of Lord Krishna, belonged. Until the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we never knew. Similarly, this tale of the Sengol is a standing testament to India's civilizational commonality, civilizational connect, and civilizational oneness. And we thank the Honorable Prime Minister for reiterating, reviving, and restoring this ancient glory. And
yeah, I think we lost Mr. Keswan there, even as he was completing his thoughts. But these are pictures beaming in live from inside the Parliament House, where tributes are being paid to Veer Savarkar, the man who called 1857 India's first war of independence, the man who's many times seen as the father of India's national security by many. And these pictures coming in from Parliament with the leaders led by Speaker Om Birla, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, BJP, JP Nadda paying tributes to Veer Savarkar. Let's listen into the commentary coming in with these pictures.
महाराष्ट्र के नासिक जिले के भगूर ग्राम में उनका जन्म हुआ था और उनके विचारों से असंख्य भारतीयों के हृदय में देश भक्ति का जो दीप है वो प्रज्वलित हुआ है। इसलिए उन्हें वीर सावरकर जी को देशभक्ति, त्याग और समर्पण
का प्रतीक माना जाता है, युगों युगों तक देशवासियों को प्रेरणा देने का काम करता रहेगा। उन्होंने जो देश के लिए किया है उसे भुलाया नहीं जा सकता है। इसे संयोग कहें, आज के दिन को संयोग कहें हम?
बिल्कुल संयोग है। और मैंने जैसा कि कहा कि संसद इस शब्द का जो एक तरह से आविष्कार कहिए आप, वो भी स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर ने ही किया। और किसी भी विरोध, अंतर विरोध, किसी भी तरह की चीजों को ना समझते हुए और उस समय इस शब्द को अपनाया गया। और भी बहुत सारे ऐसे शब्द हैं जिनको अपनाया गया। और हमने देखा कि जो आज का कार्यक्रम है, तो 2 कार्यक्रम आप एक साथ देखा आपने कि नई संसद का लोकार्पण हुआ, स्वतंत्र वीर सावरकर का उनको पुष्पांजलि अर्पित की गई। और जो नया संसद है और जो देश का गौरव है और जो देश के भविष्य को, देश के लोकतंत्र की आकांक्षाओं पर खरा उतरने के लिए सज्ज है, तैयार है और एक तरह से लोकतंत्र की आगे की यात्रा जो है नए संसद भवन को समर्पित होगी। प्रांजलि,
और ये एक नए सफर की शुरुआत है जिसकी तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं, जिसके गवाह जो है वो देश की जनता बनी है। और हम बात कर रहे हैं, ये आज का दिन निश्चित तौर से इतिहास में दर्ज हो चुका है जब प्रधान
All right, we have been getting pictures live from inside the Lok Sabha, inside the Parliament complex with the leaders paying tributes to Veer Savarkar, also his birth anniversary. Let me go back to both our guests, to Sohail Seth first and then to Mr. Ratan Sharda. Sohail, Mr. Sharda was actually talking about, not just this day, but other important days in the last few years when Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given sort of a socio-cultural infrastructure to the country. The redevelopment of the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, the redevelopment of the Somnath temple corridor, the redevelopment of the Mahakal corridor. We have seen him carrying out the similar redevelopment project in Kedarnath temple, for example. And, a whole lot of other projects, if I could give a list. And these are not infrastructure projects. I would say these are socio-cultural projects. Socio-cultural infrastructure, if you will, the Statue of Unity being one of them, installing Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue at India Gate, renaming of the 3 Andaman Nicobar Islands on Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and then 2 islands on Shahid and Swaraj. So essentially, Narendra Modi has had a well-thought strategy to reclaim what you called a civilizational legacy and to be proud of it without being arrogant, as you said.
Let's imagine that. Which is the largest site in Europe that is visited by tourists on a daily basis? It's the Vatican. Would you therefore say people should not visit the Vatican if they are not Christians? I mean, the argument is onerous. A. B. The Taj group of hotels has seen from its market data that wherever hotels are opened around areas of pilgrimage, you do 2 things. You upgrade the infrastructure and you ease the experience for those pilgrims / tourists. What's the harm? Today, the Statue of Unity draws millions of visitors. What's the harm in that? The point is, let's imagine if I was in the opposition. I said it on Republic on Niranjan show last evening. You know what I would have done? I would have worn a black badge. It would have said, "Where's my president?" But I would have still attended the ceremony. Why? Because the cameras would have recorded my presence as a member of parliament. These people have zero intellect. They will now be missing from historical records of this great day. When children are asked who all were present on May 28, 2023, when we gave ourselves and renewed our pledge to democracy by giving ourselves a temple built by, of, for Indians, what will their answer be? Will they say that these people were protesting for no reason? Yesterday on one of on your channel itself, one silly fellow made the argument that, we are only boycotting the ceremony, but we will not boycott parliament. Kyun? What kind of logic is that? What is the harm in this ceremony? These people who are saying Hindu, Hindu, Hindu are going now on temple runs before elections. If they were that secular, why does Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi, why do they run around temples then? Why do they talk about Janeu? The hypocrisy must be called out. These are the same people who objected to GST, saying it's a Gabbar Singh tax. The Congress had a leader who called the President of India Rashtrapatni. Another leader from the Congress said she's a rubber stamp. I mean, I'm tired of this nonsensical hypocrisy on every auspicious day this country has. We have taken it upon ourselves to see everything through the prism of hatred. And this visceral hatred for Modi is now translating into a visceral hatred for everything Indian. And in hatred, they will be consumed by their own flames. The people of India are watching. The people of India want their representatives to be in that temple. They don't want them to be people who desecrate that temple by protesting in the manner that they have.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let's go to Shawan again. Shawan, over to you for what's happening on the ground, and maybe if you can have a question for Ratan Sharda.
Well, in fact, all eyes essentially would now be post 11 o'clock when the ceremony actually begins inside the Parliament. We'll be also getting you full details, but as of now, not much movement really taking place. But I'll give you a sense of from where we are broadcasting right now. In a short while from now, we'll be also changing our position to give you a closer look of the Parliament. And remember, this is the rear side of the Parliament. Closer to the old Parliament structure, also not very far away. And if you really look at the entire Central Vista project, it has been designed in a manner that you have the blend between the old and new. We've essentially spoken about, the need for the Parliament to, there have been politics over it. Suhail has also, put this into perspective. And something that one cannot ignore is the fact that this was not really well thought out by the opposition parties, the 20 opposition parties. What is even more surprising is when you have a party like the National Conference first boycotting, and then you have Omar Abdullah praising it, saying this is a magnificent Parliament. There's absolutely no doubt, and hence we call it my Parliament, my pride. But the fact of the matter is that in the annals of history, when you have the opposition parties basically boycotting, saying that why did the Prime Minister inaugurate and not the President? Well, there could be an argument to that particular effect, Ratan Sharda, that who should have inaugurated it? Should that have been the President as the constitutional authority, or should that have been the Prime Minister? That's the other big question that has been raised. Can that really be also ignored? Having said that, the opposition parties are saying that why not answer that question?
See, there can always be why not questions. When you can always raise a question about anything, you can say why not this. We could ask why Nehru and Nehru chose to make Mountbatten the Lieutenant Governor, while Jinnah did not. Does it show that we have an inferiority complex? I could ask why Sengol was hidden in Allahabad Museum as a walking stick. I could ask why, when this particular ceremony took, it was removed from the history. The decision to have the Prime Minister can be questioned, but it cannot be said to be unconstitutional. It cannot be unconstitutional because he is the executive head. Parliament is a part of the executive. To say that he cannot do it and only President can do it is something that can be, you can keep on debating. You can create any kind of differences. My sad part is that the same parties who want Hindu votes by dividing them in caste keep on ridiculing Hindu dharma, Hindu religion. In the name of secularism, you will deny every kind of strength that we have as a culture. See, our cultural unity arises from our culture, which is same from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Northeast. It is proven by so many different kinds of symbols. Our culture, our issues. Look at the shlokas about rivers, shlokas about Shaktipeeth, our Char Dhams, and various shlokas about the entire size of Bharat, how we describe Bharat. So having been one cultural unit, to ridicule that unit and ridicule the entire tradition and culture and the knowledge system of this Bharat in the name of secularism, but keep promoting minoritism, doesn't help anybody. You want votes of Hindus, but you'll keep on criticizing, ridiculing Hindus. And when you talk about this particular aspect of opposition, as I said, they'll be found missing on the action. They will have no answer to that. As Suhail very rightly pointed out, there are ways of raising the question, there are ways of debating it. But when a wonderful building, temple of democracy is made, to avoid being there in some ridiculous reason is not something I appreciate. I could keep on questioning every act of every government the way these people have done. As I said, right from Nehru's time, why did Nehru stop the Kashmir liberation? We can ask, why did Indira Gandhi return all their prisoners of war without resolving Kashmir? Why did she not call back our prisoners of war who are still rotting in their jails? I could raise hundreds of questions. But there are occasions for raising the questions, and this was not the occasion. This was definitely not the occasion. This was the occasion to celebrate our unity, celebrate our arrival as a nation, and assertion of our identity. As I said, you cannot say we are not one. You will invent a new identity. People do it when they don't have an identity. We had an identity. We kept on denying the identity. On that, they have no answer.
Mr. Sharda.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Sharda, because you mentioned opposition opposing for the sake of opposing, I recall because it's Veer Savarkar's birthday, he had said that instead of calling it ruling party and the opposition, we should be calling them majority and minority parties, because then psychologically what happens is if you're called opposition, you end up opposing everything, and that seems to be happening. I request Suhail Seth, Mr. Sharda, to stay with us, even as we are also joined in by JVC Sriram, political commentator, and Uma Anandan, political analyst, live from Chennai. And we have to take a short break, just 2 minutes, and we are back on the other side with this engaging conversation. Believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurated everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV-3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. तो that was the first time I interacted with Dr. Kalam.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I wanted to do something in aeronautics, something where I can exercise my hobby to launch rockets or do aircraft. मुझे flying objects से बहुत प्यार था. Then I consulted and I realized if I really want to do aeronautics and also rockets, DRDL is the right place to join. Immediately after completing my project work and finishing my Viva, next day I took a train and came to Hyderabad and joined DRDL.
We, the people of
All right, Shravan continues to be with us from the ground, and we have guests Sohail Seth, Ratan Sharda, Uma Anandan, and let me begin with JV Sri Ram. JV, since you have an idea of what's happening there in Tamil Nadu with all these developments taking place in New Delhi, please tell us, finally, are we going to see this sentiment on the ground making some impact on the ruling party there in Chennai?
Of course, good morning to all the Republic TV viewers. I think for 60 long years, the truth about the Tamil culture has been hidden from the people of India. Now, you haven't seen, because, a lot of people from northern India would have visited those temples at Madurai, Rameshwaram, and so on and so forth. And none of you would have seen these adinams, do not have even heard of them. That in the name of the Dravidian culture, the entire ethos and the value system of the proud Tamil heritage has been hidden from the world, not just people of India. This is the land of Nayanmars. This is the land of Alvars. This is the land of Sivanadiyars. This is the land of Shankaracharyas and Ramanujas. On the contrary, we have been painted. There is a land of atheist people like Periyar and their philosophy, which does not have any relevance in today's cultural ethos. And we all need to be extremely grateful. I think the Prime Minister, Honorable Mr. Narendra Modi, has done yeoman service, not just to the people of Tamil Nadu, but to the entire world. Because look at it. See, because when a function happens at home, be it a housewarming ceremony or a wedding, anything, what is known as the future generations will come to know about the culture or the root they are coming from. And in India, this has been hidden in the name of secularism and left liberalism for decades. Today, what has been showcased, in fact, from yesterday, I should say, the way the Thevaram was sung and the hymns were sung, Koladu Padipagam was sung. So it was, evident enough that Indians came to know about the Sanatan culture, about the roots where we are coming from. And this is very, very important. This is extremely significant. And I think the world is watching. And because Mr. Narendra Modi is doing it, it's not just India, but the whole world is watching it.
The centering of religion, the centering of Sanatan in our value system, and very publicly so by Narendra Modi, is something which has got the grouse of the opposition, and that's why they are opposing, they are boycotting the very important historic momentous occasion of dedication of new parliament building to the nation. Uma Anandan, there was some audio issue. We'll fix that. Stay with us. I'm also told we are joined by Mr. Uday Mahurkar, author, historian, senior journalist. Very good morning to you, Mr. Mahurkar. He is also the author, biographer of Veer Savarkar, whose birth anniversary is today. Mr. Mahurkar, if I could begin by asking, one aspect of opposition is that they are saying that the day was deliberately chosen, which is Veer Savarkar's birth anniversary, by the Modi government to inaugurate the new parliament building. Why should that be a point of opposition, Mr. Mahurkar? Mr. Mahurkar, if you could just unmute yourself. Mr. Mahurkar, there is some audio issue. You have to unmute yourself, I think, on your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, he's back. The question, Okay, the question I was asking Uday Dada is that opposition made an issue of the Modi government choosing Veer Savarkar's birth anniversary to inaugurate the new parliament building. Why should that even be an issue? Because opposition says this is imposition of the Hindutva ideology or underscoring the Hindutva ideology of this government by choosing this day.
Not at all. This is a tribute, belated tribute being paid to Savarkar. Entire nation should appreciate it. Veer Savarkar's Hindutva was not a Hindutva where he was demanding special privileges for Hindus. Veer Savarkar's Hindutva is unalloyed nationalism, where national pride is supreme, and pride based on religion, caste and region is secondary. So there is an attempt to play with the definition of Hindutva. Savarkar's Hindutva, Savarkar never sought special privileges for the Hindus. Savarkar's manifesto was very clear that in independent India, all religions, all castes will have equal rights. Plus, he goes a step further and he says that should the prayers of Christians and Hindus be hindered, the state will step in and ensure that they are able to offer their prayers. But he says, nation will not allow creation of a nation within a nation in the name of religious minoritism, which is the story of this country in the first 60 years.
Yeah.
So let us understand one thing. Yeah. Savarkar is basically, today Savarkar appears like a prophet, because whatever India has faced on the national security front, the problems which it has faced were predicted by Savarkar 60 to 80 years ago. Savarkar is a prophet. Whether it was Pakistan, whether it was internal security, whether it was politics of appeasement of minorities, whether it was Assam, China, all these problems which India has faced in the last 75 years were predicted by Savarkar 60 to 80 years ago. So Savarkar is a prophet today.
Very true. Absolutely. In fact,
So,
the religious
saying
ceremony that took place was
tribute to
specific to the
Savarkar-
consecration of the Sengol.
140th anniversary.
Go ahead,
I
go
think
ahead,
it's
go ahead, go
belated, but very befitting. Nation should understand. And Rahul
All
Gandhi
right.
has a very poor sense of history.
Belated and befitting tribute to Veer
Rahul
Savarkar.
Gandhi has a very
Savarkar,
poor
absolutely.
sense of history. Rahul Gandhi doesn't know that his own grandmother had praised Savarkar. He doesn't know that his own Jawaharlal Nehru.
Mr. Mahurkar, Mr. Mahurkar,
RSS
please stay with us. You are right in saying that this is a belated but befitting tribute to Veer Savarkar, that the new parliament building is inaugurated on the day of his birth anniversary, and the opposition is perhaps misplaced and has a wrong understanding of history. We'll come back to have this conversation. There is another aspect of opposition boycott, which is about what they think of the use of this parliament building if in next elections they become important, if at all. We take a short break on that note and come back to continue this conversation.
A new era of truly international premium schooling is coming to India. Harrow School in the UK, over 450 years, has educated numerous prime ministers, Nobel laureates, royal families, and prominent figures in arts, sciences, and business. Harrow International School is now opening as the most premium co-ed day and boarding school of India in Bengaluru. For admissions to grade 6 onwards, visit harrowbengaluru.in.
We, the people of India, must launch a counter movement against this insult to the country. And the hashtag for tonight is My Parliament, My Pride. I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurated everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance. I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurated everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my
Parliament buildings as scientifically and earthquake and newly our cultural and old cultural has mixed in construction type. Okay, that Sengol I give in celebrating matters only I give it. Okay, celebrating as 18 numbers of Saiva Athinam in South India, in Tamil Nadu specifically. Lord King Cholas, Cheras and Pandya Manna, Vijayanagar has our next generation of king has newly born, has given for the Sengol. That Nandi statue is Dharma Deva. Okay, every year world different countries making in peacock, lion, eagle. Okay, is our Dharma dandas. Okay, dandas. Okay, so our Hindu at Bharat Desham has a Kashmir too at Kanyakumari, many more religions and many more peoples in different cultures, but equally all maintain for dharmas. Okay, so our Prime Minister ji, our Prime Ministry has give to 140 crores of pupils, give to good our administrations in coming year. 2047, 100 years of our celebrating in independent 2047th year is completed India as all developments, equal rights in our pupils, equal enjoy to our education powers. Okay, that one. Okay, all Guru Maha Sannidhanam is giving blessings. All Guru Maha Sannidhanam is very happy, and that parliament area, all sampradayams, Christianity, Muslims, Bautas, Mahavis, all mother gurus is coming prayer in our parliament inside. Okay.
I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurated everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. तो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई इंटरेक्टेड विद डॉक्टर कलाम.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I wanted to do something in aeronautics, something where I can exercise my hobby to launch rockets or do aircraft. मुझे flying objects से बहुत प्यार था. Then I consulted and I realized if I really want to do aeronautics and also rockets, DRDL is the right place to join. Immediately after completing my project work and finishing my Viva, next day I took a train and came to Hyderabad and joined DRDL.
We, the people of India, must launch a counter movement against this insult to the country.
All right, welcome back, and these are pictures that have come since morning of prayers being held and the ceremonies taking place inside the new Parliament complex, with the Prime Minister in fact leading a procession and installing the consecrated Sengol besides the Speaker's chair in the new Lok Sabha chamber of the new Parliament building. Our guests continue to be with us. I can see in the pictures, Shawan stays with us from the ground. We have Ratan Sharda, we have JVC Sriram and Mr. Uday Mahurkar. I'll come to you, Mr. Mahurkar, but first I have to go to Uma Anandan, political analyst. She's live with us from Chennai. Ms. Anandan, there is a battle for political narrative which is going on in Delhi between the BJP-led government and the opposition. We are also joined by the BJP president, Mr. Annamalai, live from Chennai. So I'll go to Mr. Annamalai first. I'm told he has to go after this. Mr. Annamalai, the battle of political narrative I was talking about going on in Delhi between what the opposition sees as a Hindutva push coming in from the Modi government and the opposition trying to offset it or bypass it or try to stall it. What's happening in Chennai really? We have seen the DMK sort of disowning the whole Sengol story and in fact mocking it as well. You think that it's going to have some consequences on the ground, or you believe that the resonance of the Sengol story is more outside Tamil Nadu and less inside Tamil Nadu insofar as the masses are concerned?
So before I get into the political implications of how this is going to play out, sir, the mere Sengol for a lot of people, or for us, a part of our conscious history. It is there in Tirukural, which predates the so-called religion, which predates the religion. And the Kolaru Padigam that is sung today in Parliament when the Sengol was installed right next to a speaker's chair, that is in the 10th, 11th century Devaram. So if you look every single thing that Sengol is associated, it predates the so-called religion or a sect. And I really believe the political parties who are boycotting today, they have an incorrect understanding of what this Sengol really about. This Sengol is going one level above the law of the land. The law of the land is humans created. A group of humans have sat together, they have created a law which we are upholding till now. The Sengol is going one level up, which is talking about something called Dharma. And our country was always governed by Dharma. Simply because somebody came, they codified laws, they gave that laws to us, and we believe only the laws can govern. Dharma is taking one step up. That is what Sengol is signifying. I really hope and pray the political parties see the Sengol in true spirit, because the PM is trying to elevate the consciousness of politics in our country. He's trying to make sure the politicians are worthy of people's trust. I really believe parties like DMK, which comes from the land of Tamil Nadu, where Sengol is in existence. I'm sure when the current Chief Minister M.K. Stalin took over as Chennai's mayor, just when he was donning the ceremonial robe, the Sengol was given his hand. In all the municipalities, the corporations of Tamil Nadu, when the mayor and the municipal chairman takes over, even now it's a tradition in Tamil Nadu, they carry Sengol in their hand. That is an absolutely intrinsic part of Tamil culture. So the people of Tamil Nadu, they are not going to forgive any single political party originating from Tamil Nadu not being part of the process today, because they are not solely insulting Sengol, they are also insulting the 8.5 crore Tamilians of our state and also the 142 crore Bharatiyas of our country. They will pay a very heavy price. Coming to the political implications, sir. And the political parties might equate anything. We are seeing all kinds of narratives playing out. First time they're bringing the tribal identity of our honorable president. When the Tamil Nadu politicians, they chose simply not to vote for our honorable president then. Today they are talking about the tribal identity. And the Tamil Nadu politicians and also the other political parties talking about all kinds of narratives, but simply the only question I'm trying to ask them is, what is your dharma? Are you trying to uphold the dharma? There are 14 lakh people who have elected you as an MP. And simply because you toe a party line, you want to insult the sacred symbol of democracy, which is throwing out the last vestige of coloniality. 1921, what was constructed. 102 years, we have carried a vestige of coloniality inside us. Today, we are truly free. After 1947, if you can say we are truly free, this is the democracy of the people, for the people, by the people. Parliament constructed by us, gifted by us, constructed by Indians, and we are profoundly getting inside. I simply don't understand what is the political narrative they're trying to play out. I'm sure the people of India, they will not forgive this kind of an insult to our temple of democracy, what the political parties are trying to do today, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Annamalai, just one quick question before we let you go. This is with regards to what the DMK says. One, that there is no historical documentation of that transfer of power. Secondly, the Sengol basically represents the monarchy. Now, that's what the DMK essentially has to say. They are saying they're not against the parliament. They're essentially against with the way this has been conducted. One, with the Prime Minister inaugurating it. Second, with regards to the Sengol. And the third aspect essentially being that all of this is being done keeping in mind that the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to make an inroad in Tamil Nadu.
I would only say the DMK political party, they're trying to cry over a spilled milk, sir. If I take this argument a little bit further, the DMK same argument. When they talk about monarchy, the earliest concept of democracy, the earliest concept of voting rights, the earliest concept of a Jana assembly, if I can take them to the 10th century Uttamarerur inscription of Chola during the reign of Parantaka Chola, which is very clearly written as an inscription even today, how Jana assemblies have to be conducted, what is the power of an elected personality. So even during the reign of Chola, when the Sengol was used not as a transfer from monarchy to monarchy, it was used as a transfer of power and not between human beings to human beings. The Sengol was only a concept of dharma that is reminding every single person who's occupying the seat of power that he has to uphold dharma, not necessarily given to a king. So it's a very incorrect understanding of Sengol itself. When Tiruvalluvar writes about Sengol in a very specific adhigaram called Sengonmai, which has got 10 kurals dedicated only to Sengol. So were kings in existence then? Were monarchy a form of government then? No, it simply predates it. When I quoted earlier, when I quoted Kolaru Padigam, which was in 10th, 11th century, which is to align the concept of planets. Even when Kolaru Padigam was sung today, which is a part of Devaram, is to align the correctness of planets so that even no ill effects can happen on a person who's taking over power. This is all part of our culture. Bringing monarchy is only nonsensical to it. And what the Prime Minister is doing is keeping it right next to Speaker. Is keeping it inside the parliament where the elected representative was sitting. The PM is not keeping it inside his office. The PM is not keeping it inside some other office building. The PM is keeping it inside the house of people where it is going to remind all the parliamentarians, 543 now and maybe 888 in the future, to remind them, you might have come here as per the rule of law, but there is dharma above you. That is what the reminder. So I only believe DMK, then why were they part of the press meet, sir? When the Sengol press meet was happening in Raj Bhavan, when the central government representative, the finance minister was sitting and 2-3 governors were sitting, DMK has sent a representative, one of their minister to the press meet when the concept of Sengol was given to the Tamil media and Tamil people. Why are they crying over now? Now coming to the second part, that they have a problem with the way it is done. So you cannot be more accommodative than this. The Prime Minister has made it purely a government function. I am a BJP member sitting outside. So all of us rightly, so it's a government function. Everybody who's part of the parliament proceedings are invited, including the DMK parliamentarians. Now I'm only asking one question to the DMK. Is Sengol not part of the Tamil culture today? Mr. Stalin, when he took over as mayor of Chennai, did he not take over Sengol in his hand and sat in his chair? So why are you talking about Sengol now? Mr. Stalin should have boycotted the ceremony then. Even now, many of your mayors across Tamil Nadu, the municipal chairmen and mayors, they've taken Sengol. Just 2 years back when they assumed power, they're sitting in their chairs. Do you want to redo the whole procedure? So I only believe, sir, DMK is clueless, like many other political parties. They're opposing just for the sake of opposing, sir.
One final question that I want to take with you, Mr. Annamalai, is that this was an historic opportunity not only for the opposition parties but also for your party. Let's not forget that it is the responsibility of the Bharatiya Janata Party-led government to ensure that everyone would have been part and parcel of it. The Nationalist Congress Party today says that there wasn't a formal invitation that was sent out to them. So is that entire argument that the government is not taking the opposition parties along with them, does that really stand too?
Sir, the government of our country, we were seeing right from the foundation laying ceremony in 2020 to the opening ceremony in 2023, it is absolutely very accommodative, rightly so, because it is going to represent all the 142 crore people and the members they have elected. And I am given to understand that every single person is given an invitation who are part of the parliamentary proceedings, be it an MP or anybody connected to the parliament. And many people have honored the invitation, even the parties which have contested elections against the former Prime Minister of our country, H.D. Devagowda is attending. JDS party is attending. And Karnataka election, they fought against BJP. So here the elections and other things don't matter. What matters is any political party that is not participating in today's function, they are committing an historical blunder. It will be very tough to reverse the historical blunder they are committing today. I can only say this, sir, that the India, and especially the Tamil people, we are not going to forgive the Tamil Nadu-based political parties who have insulted Sengol, thereby insulting the Tamil culture and Tamil tradition. So coming elections, people will give a response in the ballot box, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Annamalai, for putting this into perspective. Let me also get in Ms. Uma Anandan, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Anandan, let me take this question as to what Annamalai of the Bharatiya Janata Party has to say with regards to the Tamil history. To a greater extent, was ignored for the longest time. Now, we'll try and connect with Uma Anandan in a short while from now. We've lost that line. Let me also quickly go across to Mr. Mahurkar. Mr. Mahurkar, what is being viewed right now is perhaps through that it's the political gaze, one would say, that it's the narrow approach that the opposition parties are essentially going through. Let's not forget what the opposition parties are saying, that all of this is essentially being done with an eye on Tamil Nadu, the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party wants to make an inroad, and that is the reason why this entire question of the Sengol, because the Congress party or some of the opposition parties say that there is no documentation of that transfer of power essentially taking place through the Sengol.
First, let me elaborate on Sengol. You see, what is called Sengol in the south is almost Raj Dand of the north. In the ancient Hindu tradition, when a king used to step onto the throne, he was given a Raj Dand, which was a symbol of righteousness, which was an inspiration for him to rule with righteousness. And as far as I remember, even Chhatrapati Shivaji, when he ascended the throne in 1674, even he was given the Raj Dand by Gaga Bhatt, the Supreme Pontiff, who conducted his Rajyabhishek ceremony. So let us understand one thing. It has got a historical significance. Parties might be using it for political purpose, but this is basically, you see, this is an age of national reawakening. The unfortunate murder of Gandhiji brought to power people who did not have complete faith in our traditions, our culture, or did not believe in it at all. The ground was ready. Saints like Vivekanand, Sri Aurobindo, my Guru, Swami Pranavanandaji, founder of Bharat Sevashram Sangh, and Dayanand Saraswati, they prepared the ground for a new India. For that reawakening should have started soon after 1947. But it took 60-70 years because Gandhiji's death, murder was used as a weapon to thrust on this country an ideology which was based on appeasement, which was at the cost of Hindu rights. So I see Sengol in a very different way. I see that it was something which was connected with the entire Hindu tradition of this country. So what is Sengol is basically the Raj Dand of the north. And a person like Chhatrapati Shivaji, our guiding light in modern age for modern India, even he was given Raj Dand by the Supreme Pontiff Gaga Bhatt, who conducted his Rajyabhishek ceremony. So this politics over Sengol is totally uncalled for. I think today is a very sacred day. Let us take a pledge to rise above petty considerations, and let us shun debate based on innuendos. Time has to come to debate with truthfulness. if I criticize even those people who condemn, who basically condemn Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru can be criticized. He cannot be condemned altogether. His place as a institution builder cannot be erased. He committed mistakes, big mistakes. He was far away from Hindu tradition, number one. He perpetuated the politics of Muslim appeasement under, not deliberately, but for his own ideological reasons. So he certainly needs to be criticized, but he cannot be condemned. So let us, to the secretary, let us take a pledge to debate in a truthful manner.
Well, Mr. Maurkar, thank you very much for putting this into perspective. There's always a thin line that one needs to understand, and perhaps the thin line here essentially would have been that, of course, the opposition parties could be well within their rights to raise questions about who should have inaugurated the new parliament. But having said that, to really boycott what is being seen as an historical moment in our country's life. Let me also quickly go across to JVC Srirab on this. JVC Srirab, across the globe, if we see, many would say that the continuity in civilization can also be seen through their own parliament, the voice of the democracy here. The need of the parliament is something that has been voiced not just by the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also from the UPA government too, starting from Meera Kumar as the Lok Sabha Speaker. What we are seeing right now is the opposition parties essentially speaking in multiple voices. There was a point in time that they had also raised this entire concern about why exactly this uber ambitious Central Vista project in which you have the new parliament that is being seen. And today, the same very opposition parties who are boycotting are saying that this is a magnificent parliament. So what exactly are we to really make of the multiple voices that are basically emerging from these opposition parties?
See, I think it is very well known to all of us that this parliament building was not equipped to handle any more. In fact, if I am right, if my memory is right, I think Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav in his own chamber, got injured a few decades back. And I also recall the tweet of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, who had mentioned when he was a part of the government and he was part of the Congress party, that by 2026 we should have a new parliament. And in 2012, the UPA government had placed on record that there is a need for a new parliament. They had also placed a budget which is by far 3 times, if I'm right, to what is being incurred now. So, sitting in the opposition and talking in a different tune, and while being in the government talking in a different tune, has been the problem with the Congress party and also many in the opposition party. Yes, and today what is also demonstrated is that there are parties which has risen above the electoral politics, like that of the BJD, like that of YSRCP, TDP, Janata Dal Secular, as Mr. Annamalai rightly pointed out, who spoke before me, that these are parties which have risen above political and electoral, battles, because this is an occasion to celebrate. It is like a housewarming ceremony in our house. And what would we do? We are all, because the parliament does not only consist of Bharatiya Janata Party. The parliament is the voice of the people. And these opposition MPs, including Congress, the DMK, the CPIM, Trinamool Congress, and all those parties, Nationalist Congress parties, they're all representatives of people. And unfortunately, a spectacle of this kind, an event of this magnitude, where the cultural ethos of India and Bharatiya culture is being showcased once again after 75 years, and the people who have missed, the politicians who have missed this event, have done a grave disservice to the nation itself. Because this is the time to have risen above the petty politics. Their problem is not with the parliament. Their problem is not with the Central Vista. Their problem is with one man. That one man called Narendra Modi is the problem. And that is the reason why this boycott is happening. Anything else what they talk about? Because I would like to ask some parties from here.
the DMK and Virudhai Sirthigal Katchi, Mr. Tol Tirumavalavan of Tamil Nadu, they championed themselves as social justice. In fact, Mr. Tol Tirumavalavan, before the 2022 presidential election, went on record that Christian should be elected as the president of this country. But that same Tol Tirumavalavan, when a Christian tribal was the presidential candidate in 2012, went and voted for a Brahmin candidate whom they are against. I'm sorry I'm talking about these issues because these people have degraded themselves to the extent that just because of their hatred towards one man, they are boycotting.
Mr. Sriram, you're essentially talking about this entire hatred that the opposition parties would be displaying as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. Mr. Umanandan, let me also bring you in. On the one hand, the opposition party is essentially pointing out that all that the government does is keeping in mind their political opportunities, and especially, let's not forget, the Bharatiya Janata Party is making all possible efforts to make that inroad in the state of Tamil Nadu. DMK as well as few of the other opposition parties are saying that do not basically equate this to Tamil pride, and Tamil pride cannot be relegated to what the Bharatiya Janata Party is basically trying to portray at this point in time. Would that be a correct assessment that there is too much that both the political parties, the BJP and the DMK, are essentially doing over this entire issue of Tamil pride?
See, first, who is DMK to decide what is Tamil's pride and what is not Tamil's pride? Who are they to decide on that? I'd like to ask that. And second, I would like to ask.
But that
first,
question, Ms. Umanandan, that question could also be asked to the Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, wait, let me tell you. Anything connected with Tamil is our pride. The Sengol. As I told you, our ancient verses have all spoken about it. And the ruler is not because he belongs to the royal family. Anybody who rules the land, I would like to ask. The Chief Justice, is he not given a precedence over the other judges? Same way, we have the ruler who rules the land as a representative of the people. It was not a dictatorship even in our ancient times. Was it an absolute dictatorship? No. We had, as Mr. Annamalai said, we had the democracy, we had the Kudavali system, the Uttarameru instructions. They told about how a temple has to be managed, how a state has to be managed, all that. There was never an absolute dictator in India before the arrival of the Muslims and the British. We never had that. So how can they distort history like this? Would they have accepted? And I would like to ask about the Tamil pride. They speak about the Tamil language, Madurai Tamil Sangam. The Sengol is part of the Madurai Tamil Sangam. Is that not part of the Tamil pride then? Behind me you will see Lord Goddess Meenakshi, who ruled over Madurai, and she carried the Sengol for 6 months. Her consort Sundareshwara, Lord Sundareshwara carried the Sengol for 6 months. Is that not a part of our pride, heritage, everything? They may want to destroy anything to do with Hinduism. But first accept that Bharat is the land of Hindus. Hinduism, the others are all invaders. Let them not convert Islam, British and all as part of native Bharatvasis. They are not. They have to accept that. And they say, each state to come up with one story. Today they say they are not invited. The Sengol is part of our tradition. It is a part of justice. Justice for all. Our kings, I would like to remind the DMK and the other parties whether they have read about the King Shibi Chakravarti of the Chola dynasty, who wanted to sacrifice his life for the sake of a dove, which came to him seeking help to save its life from a vulture. That was Sengol, being held tight. I would like to speak about Manunidhi Choran, who tried to kill his own son, who ran over the calf. The mother cow came to the palace and she was ringing the bell. With the ringing the bell for justice, that the bell was tied at the front of the palace for anybody. And even imagine an animal was given justice. The Sengol dignifies that. The Sengol signifies that. Is that not part of our pride? Do they want to bury all this and anglicize our entire tradition? Give a burial to our tradition, our history, our facts. That is what the Congress did. They buried the entire thing to make the Sengol a walking stick for Nehru. Can there be anything more insulting than that? Do they have an answer for this? That this particular incident itself was hidden in the pages of history. Thanks to our historians under the period of the Congress, the Anglicized, the stooges of the British. Do they have any mouth to talk about all this?
Right. Ms. Umanandan, fair enough, there are certain questions that one needs to ask of the responses that have essentially come in from the DMK government. But let me also bring in that political controversy that is erupting as expected. Now the Samajwadi Party's Swami Prasad Maurya has responded. In fact, this is what he has to say. It is extremely unfortunate that only fundamentalist Brahmin gurus of the South were basically called in the installation worship of the Sengol scepter. There is much more to what Swami Prasad Maurya is essentially trying to indicate. But the fact of the matter is that once again, when the opposition parties get it wrong. Now, no, let me bring in Dushyant also and Abhishek. If Abhishek is already there in the studio, I would like to take that question to him too, because I think so. This is the ignorance of the Samajwadi Party essentially speaking. First of all, not realizing the Adinams, where they essentially come from, who do they really represent, and what is the civilization history behind the Adinams too. Now, all that seems to have been completely ignored by the Samajwadi Party. I'm not very sure if Abhishek is there in the studio. If Dushyant is joining us on this broadcast. Dushyant, why is it so very difficult for the opposition parties to understand that this is not about the North-South divide for the longest time that you all wanted to perpetrate? In fact, if you are really accusing the Bharatiya Janata Party, that same could have been accused of the UPA government too.
Yeah, namaskaram to all the Republic TV viewers. We are on a very, very momentous day, a beautiful day. To very quick answer to the question that you have asked as to why wisdom has not dawned upon certain minds, there is a saying, Vidya dadati vinayam, good knowledge, quintessential knowledge grants humility. When one isn't humble, it just means that they have not been essentially qualified with the required knowledge. That said, there's a quick question which I think one of the parties has asked as to why the Adinams who are Brahmins were invited. Please make note, none of the Adinam priests are Brahmins by birth of practice. They are monks belonging to the caste in the non-Brahmin group. So none of them are Brahmins. I think they should get their facts checked right. And on this momentous occasion, I just have a few points to be made to the viewers of Republic TV. One, we saw the all-faith prayer. What does it signify? Though the majority population of this country adheres to Sanatana Dharma, Hinduism, we do have Astikas, citizens adhering to other religions. There are religions which are as small as the Parsi religion, Jainism. But today, all religions had the opportunity to present their prayers for the goodwill and the functioning of the parliament. That's the greatness of this land. This is that land where there is equal right given to every religion. One. Second, we saw the fire ceremony. We had the Punyaha Vachanam and we had the fire ceremony. So there was fire. You know, fire is very important in the Sanatana Dharma, which is Hinduism, which is a majority religion. It is also important in the Parsi religion. You know, interestingly, Tata Group, which has beautifully erected this building, Tata belonged to the Parsi religion. So we are invoking fire, which is sacred to most religions. And another point, we have known that we have been the largest democracy. In numbers, we are the largest democracy. Are we the oldest? Some debate say that US, America is the oldest democracy, but I wish to differ. There is an inscription of the 10th century in the temple of Uttiramerur where Parantaka Chola, during his reign, it states that representatives from the villages were elected and they could nominate themselves to be part of the elections only if they had no criminal cases against them, only if their houses were built on legitimate lands. How the election process was, all this has been put to a stone inscription of the 10th century of Parantaka Chola in Uttiramerur in Tamil Nadu. So in a way, we are the oldest democracy as well, just not the largest. And another point that I would like to make is regarding the Sengol, which is a scepter, which the Western world also regards as. See, many people think What does the scepter stand for? Yes, it stands for Semmai, which is impartiality, equal justice for all, good governance. But it also stands for one thing, as a reminder to the people who are a part of the administration, all the MPs and MLAs, to work for the people. It is a reminder. And have we had it in the past? We have had such symbols in the past. In the Ramayana, when Rama went on an exile for 14 years, his padukas were put as symbols of good governance, and Bharata ruled the entire country. So instead of calling such objects of great reverence as walking sticks, we should see wisdom, we should be inspired of it, and such reminders do remind the beautiful civilization that we have bequeathed.
All right, thank you so much. Dushyanta Sridhar there giving us the nuance of the Sengol, both its history and the civilizational importance, as also the fact that the Samajwadi Party got it really wrong. It's not about the Brahmins from the south. In fact, the Adinam priests, most of them come from the backward communities, and that's the beauty of Indian civilization. We integrate, we include something which is missed out by the atheist Marxists, or perhaps papered over. Let me go on that note to Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda, you are a deep student of history. It's coming out really, the kind of mythology that has been created about Indian history. I would say, they called it mythology, but it's the Marxist mythology which has really created a generation or produced a generation, Swami Prasad Maurya being one of them, who don't understand the basics, the nuances of Indian culture and its civilization.
Abhishek, these people are consumed by poison, consumed by hate, for which there is no solution. They have done politics of casteism so long, they have forgotten that this caste come from the same society from where they're trying to get votes. And casteism is bad. Caste have been there for long. They are selling casteism. Samajwadi Party has just put up a tweet, if you have seen that, comparing the new Lok Sabha with a coffin. And they are the people who say they are the followers of Lohia who worshipped Indian civilization, who loved Ram, who initiated Ram Leelas, and who said only Ram can unite people. That is their heritage, and today they are showing the new Lok Sabha as coffin. There is no comparison. Minds have been blocked. They have been dead. In fact, I just tweeted that the Sengol, looking at every day staring at Sengol is going to give so much of heartburn to these people. They'll have to boycott the parliament just to regain their composure, because they won't be able to see that Sengol there. This secularism has gone sick, actually. Indian secularism, which was basically the Indian version of Sarva Pantha Samabhav, has been reduced to anti-Hinduism, anti-civilization, and that is the reason they have become they have burnt out their hearts. DMK has cancelled Chola Raja, the biggest Raja Chola, why? Because he created the huge temple of Shiva. They worshipped Ram and Shiva. This is something they cannot digest. So one of the most glorious chapter of history has been cancelled by DMK. Today they are telling us what is our culture. And we see time and again we have to separate the religion from the culture. What we saw today was manifestation of our culture. Culture that embraces every religion, every faith, respects every religion and faith, at the same time takes pride in its own deep roots in the ancient civilization. Only civilization in the world which has survived for more than documented 10,000 years. If we can't respect that, we can't respect ourselves. We have lost our identity. And if this is
Mr. Sharda,
all these titles which are put on the Lok Sabha, which are the theme songs of our armed forces, they will ask to delete them also. Look at the theme of Air Force, look at the theme of our armies and the slogans, the Bodha Vakyas put on the parliament. Are they going to delete that also? Are they going to say delete the Vakyas put up in the Supreme Court? That is their hate. That is their poison in their mind.
Yeah. Let me take this teaser to our Vedic scholar, Mr. Dushyanta, who's there still live with us. Mr. Sridhar, you see, this thought that India's civilizational ethos should be reflected in our modern day structures, modern day institutions, to, see some continuity, to own up that continuity. At the same time, there is another political narrative which sort of gained ground post-independence and has strong roots. For example, in Tamil Nadu, the atheist politics essentially that's practiced by most political parties there, of completely dissociating ourselves from our past. Now, how do you explain to these people that this rootedness is something which keeps a civilization going? If you disconnect ourselves with our roots, then you become a rootless wonder. You perhaps have no mooring. And that mooring is important for generations coming in future to understand where they come from. And this Sengol is a symbol of that.
True. Namaste again. If the current and the forthcoming generations of any nation, just not Bharatam, if they are not cognizant of their rich past, if they're not cognizant of what things to learn from the past and what to discard, how will they see a bright future? So, and that too for a nation, the larger Indian subcontinent, which has had a very, very rich and long history, it is very important to present history as is, and for the current and the forthcoming generations to learn of the past. Keeping it under the carpet when something is so glorious and efficient is just proving one's insecure nature. That said, with regards to our own history, it is very important that our citizens realize that we have bequeathed a very, very rich architectural past, a past which is filled with beautiful art and literature. So I don't think the India can be imagined without the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. India cannot be imagined without the beautiful architecture. Coming very quickly to the question that you have raised about the Dravidian ideology that many political parties have been practicing for the last 50 plus years, and your question that how do they take to the people if they are not taking about their past? I think they're just doing disservice to themselves, one. And second thing, on a very serious note, they have not been able to convince of the atheist and the Dravidian ideology to their own family members. The Dravidian party leaders, the current dispensation, they look for auspicious hours, which is absolutely against their core tenets. And the spouses of people in high posts, they go temple after temple. So I don't think they've been able to convince their own family members, leave alone the rest of the people of Tamil Nadu. And they're also aware of the fact that Tamil Nadu has the maximum number of temples. So some of the largest temples, functioning temples in the world are in Tamil Nadu. Tallest gopurams. So Tamil Nadu, the Tamil culture is absolutely inseparable from Sanatana Dharma, be it the verses of the Alvars, be it the verses of the Nayanmars, be it the Tamil of Arunagirinatha and Vedanta Deshika. They have just been echoing, and the only word that they speak and the heart beats in Tamil Nadu is for devotion. So devotion, the Tamil literature are inseparable. However hard they try, they will not be able to succeed, as they have not been able to succeed till now.
All right, I can see Uma Anandam. Yeah, I can see Uma Anandan wanting to make a comment. I'm coming to you. I've been asked to take a short break, but I'll come to you first. Yes, ma'am, please tell us, what are your thoughts? Are you responding to what Sridhar just said?
See, I am not a scholar like Dushil Sridharji. I'm only an emotional bhakt. And there are certain things for which our heart knows the answer, our head does not know the answer. I go by that. And as he says, this Dravidian movement, they have been a failure in their own homes. And second, the increasing population and the crowd that gathers for every temple festival. As recent as the Madurai Chokkar, the Kallanagar festival, lakhs and lakhs of people gathered. Does that not itself show that the Dravidian ideology is subject failure? They can owe the people by corruption. They can owe the people by freebies, but they cannot change the intrinsic nature of the Bharatvasi, especially the Tamil Nadu people who believe in the Nayanmars, who believe in the Alvars, who believe in all these sacred tenets of Hinduism. They have not been able to break that. Instead, that is why they've taken to temple looting, because that is where our riches lie. Why should they have a department for this when they don't believe in the religion? Why? And as you see, today's function is a delight for the eyes and a feast for the ears. So let them not think that bhakti can be buried and pushed aside under the carpet in Bharat. Today, what Mr. Modi has taken up is something that is for the generations to take up and feel proud about our continued vibrant civilization, heritage, everything, tradition, everything. It binds everything to us.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Umanandan. All our guests continue to be with us. Joining us also Pradeep Chakravarti, I believe. But I will take a short break and then I come back to you, Mr. Pradeep. And we continue this conversation on the other side of the short break. Be right back.
A new era of truly international premium schooling is coming to India. Harrow School in the UK, over 450 years, has educated numerous prime ministers, Nobel laureates, royal families, and prominent figures in arts, sciences, and business. Harrow International School is now opening as the most premium co-ed day and boarding school of India in Bengaluru. For admissions to grade 6 onwards, visit harrowbengaluru.in.
I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurates everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. तो that was the first time I interacted with Dr. Kalam.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है, ये कहां से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I want.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
With the sacred hymns and prayers and blessings of Adhinams, India's new parliament inaugurated. Sacred Sengol is back in the parliament after being neglected as a walking stick for 75 years. Prime Minister Modi pays the tribute to the tallest Hindutva icon, Veer Savarkar, on his birth anniversary. RJD stoops to lowest as India celebrates the historic moment. Party compares the design of parliament with a coffin. Stay tuned for Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat special broadcast at 11 a.m. All right, we continue with the conversation that we were having on the new parliament inauguration and the controversies surrounding it after a short break.
A new era of truly international premium schooling is coming to India. Harrow School in the UK, over 450 years, has educated numerous prime ministers, Nobel laureates, royal families, and prominent figures in arts, sciences, and business. Harrow International School is now opening as the most premium co-ed day and boarding school of India in Bengaluru. For admissions to grade 6 onwards, visit harrowbengaluru.in.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV-3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. तो that was the first time I interacted with Dr. Kalam.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I wanted to do something in aeronautics, something where I can exercise my hobby to launch rockets or do aircraft. मुझे flying objects से बहुत प्यार था. Then I consulted and I realized if I really want to do aeronautics and also rockets, DRDL is the right place to join. Immediately after completing my project work and finishing my Viva, next day I took a train and came to Hyderabad and joined DRDL.
We, the people of India, must launch a counter movement against this insult to the country. And the hashtag for tonight is My Parliament, My Pride. I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the president?
All right, welcome back, and we continue to be with our guest Ratan Sharda, political analyst, author, live with us from Mumbai. We also have Dr. Pradeep Chakravarti, author and historian. I'll come to him for a very important aspect of this whole story and the narrative that's being, or the jousting over a narrative that's happening between the political parties, the ruling and the opposition side. And I'm told Dushyant Sridhar, the Vedic scholar with us, has to go. So I'll come to you for my last question, Mr. Sridhar. This thought that keeps coming to us about the religiosity of the masses, particularly in Tamil Nadu, and the atheist politics of its ruling classes. How do you explain this contradiction in the light of this Sengol Rao?
Namaste again. So, at one point in time, the people of the Dravidian ideologue and the ideology were often saying that the Tamil pride, the importance given to the Tamil language, has not been given in the national level. So, they felt a lot suppressed, and this was the narrative that they were giving. But given the current stance of the Honorable Prime Minister, every speech of his, whether it is inside the country or outside the country, countless number of times he has invoked the greatness of the Tamil language, the Tamil culture, and has time and again stressed the importance of the Tamil literature that we have bequeathed, be that of Tirukkural, the Alvars, or the Nayanmars. One. Second thing, he also initiated the Kashi Tamil Sangamam. So he spoke about the greatness of how the Tamil culture and the culture in the Kashi have come together. The beauty is in Kashi, Ganga, which flows from the north to the south, in Kashi, which is Varanasi alone, meanders for a small distance south to north. So that's the greatness, one of the greatness of Kashi. In the south of India, river Kaveri in a place called Mohanur meanders south to north. So it is often referred to as Dakshina Kashi. So there are various ways with which some initiatives have been taken to bring about the unity, the greatness of Kashi Tamil Sangamam. Similarly is the Saurashtra Tamil Sangamam, another beautiful initiative launched to say the greatness, the connection between Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. So, and today, to call it the tiara, the crown of all, the crowning jewel of all contributions, the Sengol from the Tamil land is going to be kept in Lok Sabha, which is the temple of democracy. So now the ideologue, the parties that have been kind of advocating and professing a very fractured ideology have fallen short of words. Initially, they were saying that the Cholas were not recognized. Initially, they were telling that the Tamil culture is not recognized. They were telling that Tamil language is not recognized. Tamil is recognized. Tamil culture is recognized. And above all, it is the Sengol. Now they would say that they have other problems. So I am not getting into the political spectrum at all. I'm not a politician. But today, I'm very proud of my parliament, my building, the way it has been inaugurated with all these beautiful rituals and with all the prayer meeting. I'm extremely, I would like to congratulate all the citizens of our beautiful Bharat Desh.
Yeah. I would want to take these thoughts. Thank you so much, Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic scholar, for joining us live. I'm told he has to go. These thoughts I have to take to Pradeep Chakravarti on this battle of narratives. On other occasions, we can discuss whether the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment, Manrega, that is called Employment Guarantee Scheme of the UPA government, whether it is implemented better under the Modi government or was implemented better under the Congress. But we have to discuss about the socio-cultural infrastructure that Modi has created and the narrative building on that. Mr. Chakravarti, stay with us. I have to come back after a short break.
A new era of truly international premium schooling is coming to India. Harrow School in the UK, over 450 years, has educated numerous prime ministers, Nobel laureates, royal families, and prominent figures in arts, sciences, and business. Harrow International School is now opening as the most premium co-ed day and boarding school of India in Bengaluru. For admissions to grade 6 onwards, visit harrowbengaluru.in.
We, the people of India, must launch a counter movement against this insult to the country. And the hashtag for tonight is My Parliament, My Pride. I can't believe that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bizarre idea of boycotting a national event like the inauguration of the new Parliament building by the Prime Minister of India. Why did Rajiv Gandhi inaugurate the new Parliament Library in 1985? Was he the President of India? The people of this country, 140 crore Indians who elected the Prime Minister of India, have no significance. Are the people of India now less significant than the Vadra Gandhi family who inaugurates everything under the sun in their time? Let us say now we are proud. Let us collectively raise our voices against this dangerous attempt. The day when our new parliament, my new parliament will be inaugurated. Let us therefore make it difficult for those who are insulting the nation by boycotting such an event. Let us also protest against their arrogance. that the opposition intends to now boycott the inauguration of the new Parliament of India. If they do, then they should be ready for a huge backlash. Target is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In the process, they are willing to do anything to seek revenge, including this bill. Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi, and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now, this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective, and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers, and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Thousands of police personnel have been deployed and multiple layers of barricades put in place in the Lutyens Delhi area as the wrestlers are protesting at Jantar Mantar, about 2 kilometers from the Parliament building. Wrestlers say they will go ahead with the Mahila Mahapanchayat near the new building at any cost. Police, however, said no protester will be allowed to move towards the new building as permission has not been granted to hold the Mahila Mahapanchayat. That's a news alert coming in. All right, welcome back. We continue to have Ratan Sharda and Praveen Chakravarti with us. I'll go to Praveen Chakravarti now. Mr. Chakravarti, just before we went for the break, we were having this conversation about the Modi legacy and the centering of our civilizational values in that legacy. So it's not the first time Prime Minister is publicly participating in rituals essentially Hindu. He has done that in the case of the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, in the case of Mahakal corridor, with the Somanath temple, with the Kedarnath shrine. So this is a Prime Minister who's not apologetic about owning up to his Hindu past, of his Hindu origin, of the Hindu legacy of this nation. Why is it that some people really find it at odds with the nation building project? Or for that matter, these same people who thought that being Hindu is at odds with the modern Indian nation making project are now cribbing?
Not Praveen. Religion is a really personal thing. I think the Prime Minister can follow whatever religion he wants. I think as an individual citizen of India, it's more important that the work gets done in the new parliament. But I want to take a step back and look at how this Kolare Padigam, there are 796 verses from the Tevaram, but they've chosen the Kolare Padigam, and it's important to take a step back to look at why it is so. I think you'll remember that astrologers told Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru that if you take transfer of power during the day, this will be disaster for the country. I think Pakistan ignored that, and which is why they probably.
सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। इस बार मन की बात का ये एपिसोड सेकंड सेंचुरी का प्रारंभ है। पिछले महीने हम सभी ने इसकी स्पेशल सेंचुरी को सेलिब्रेट किया है। आपकी भागीदारी ही इस कार्यक्रम की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। 100वें एपिसोड के ब्रॉडकास्ट के समय एक प्रकार से पूरा देश एक सूत्र में बन गया था। हमारे सफाई कर्मी भाई बहन हो या फिर अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के दिग्गज, मन की बात ने सबको एक साथ लाने का काम किया है। आप सभी ने जो आत्मीयता और स्नेह मन की बात के लिए दिखाया है, वो अभूतपूर्व है, भावुक कर देने वाला है। जब मन की बात का प्रसारण हुआ तो उस समय दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में, अलग अलग टाइम जोन में कहीं शाम हो रही थी तो कहीं देर रात थी। इसके बावजूद बड़ी संख्या में लोगों ने 100वें एपिसोड को सुनने के लिए समय निकाला। मैंने हजारों मील दूर न्यूजीलैंड का वो वीडियो भी देखा जिसमें 100 वर्ष की एक माताजी अपना आशीर्वाद दे रही हैं। मन की बात को लेकर देश विदेश के लोगों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों ने कंस्ट्रक्टिव एनालिसिस भी किया है। लोगों ने इस बात को अप्रिशिएट किया है कि मन की बात में देश और देशवासियों की उपलब्धियों की ही चर्चा होती है। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को इस आशीर्वाद के लिए पूरे आदर के साथ धन्यवाद देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, बीते दिनों हमने मन की बात में काशी तमिल संगमम की बात की, सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम की बात की। कुछ समय पहले ही वाराणसी में काशी तेलुगु संगमम भी हुआ। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को ताकत देने वाला ऐसे ही एक और अनूठा प्रयास देश में हुआ है। ये प्रयास है युवा संगम का। मैंने सोचा इस बारे में विस्तार से क्यों ना उन्हीं लोगों से पूछा जाए जो इस अनूठे प्रयास का हिस्सा रहे हैं। इसलिए अभी मेरे साथ फोन पर 2 युवा जुड़े हुए हैं। एक है अरुणाचल प्रदेश के ग्यामर न्योकुम जी और दूसरी बेटी है बिहार की बिटिया विशाखा सिंह जी। आइए पहले हम ग्यामर न्योकुम जी से बात करते हैं। ग्यामर जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते मोदी जी।
अच्छा ग्यामर जी, जरा सबसे पहले तो मैं आपके विषय में जानना चाहता हूँ।
मोदी जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका और भारत सरकार का बहुत ही ज्यादा आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ कि आपने बहुत कीमती टाइम निकाल के मुझसे बात करने का मुझे मौका दिया। मैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में फर्स्ट ईयर में मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ रहा हूँ।
और परिवार में क्या करते हैं पिताजी वगैरह?
जी, मेरे पिताजी छोटे मोटे बिजनेस और उसके बाद कुछ फार्मिंग ये सब करते हैं।
युवा संगम के लिए आपको पता कैसे चला? युवा संगम में गए कहाँ, कैसे गए, क्या हुआ?
मोदी जी, मुझे युवा संगम का हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जो NIT है, उन्होंने हमें बताया था कि आप इसमें भाग ले सकते हैं। तो मैंने फिर थोड़ा इंटरनेट में थोड़ा खोज किया। फिर मुझे पता चला कि ये एक बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्राम है जिसमें मुझे एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत ना जो विजन है उसमें भी बहुत ही योगदान दे सकते हैं और मुझे कुछ नया चीज जानने का मौका मिलेगा ना। तो तुरंत मैंने फिर उसमें वेबसाइट में जाके एनरोल किया। मेरा अनुभव बहुत ही मजेदार रहा, बहुत ही अच्छा था।
कोई सिलेक्शन आपको करना था?
मोदी जी, जब वेबसाइट खोला था अरुणाचल वालों के लिए 2 ऑप्शन था। पहला था आंध्र प्रदेश जिसमें IIT तिरुपति था और दूसरा था सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी राजस्थान। तो मैंने राजस्थान में किया था अपना फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस। सेकंड प्रेफरेंस मैंने IIT तिरुपति किया था। तो मुझे राजस्थान के लिए सेलेक्ट हुआ था, तो मैं राजस्थान गया था।
कैसा रहा आपका राजस्थान यात्रा? आप पहली बार राजस्थान गए थे?
हाँ, मैं पहली बार अरुणाचल से बाहर गया था। मैंने तो जो राजस्थान के किले ये सब तो मैंने बस फिल्म और फोन में ही देखा था ना। तो मैंने जब पहली बार गया तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ही, वहाँ के लोग बहुत ही अच्छे थे और जो हमें ट्रीटमेंट दिया बहुत ही ज्यादा अच्छा था और जो हमें नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला। मुझे राजस्थान के बारे की और उधर के लोग जैसे कि रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, बहुत कुछ नया नया चीज सीखने को मिला जो मुझे बिल्कुल ही मालूम नहीं था। तो ये प्रोग्राम मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा था, राजस्थान का विजिट।
देखिए, आपको तो सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये हुआ है कि अरुणाचल में भी वीरों की भूमि है, राजस्थान भी वीरों की भूमि है और राजस्थान से सेना में भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में लोग हैं। और अरुणाचल में सीमा पर जो सैनिक है उसमें जब भी राजस्थान के लोग मिलेंगे तो आप जरूर उनसे बात करेंगे कि देखिए मैं राजस्थान गया था, ऐसा अनुभव था। तो आपकी तो निकटता एकदम से बढ़ जाएगी। अच्छा, आपको वहाँ कोई समानताएं भी ध्यान में आई होगी? आपको लगता होगा हाँ यार ये अरुणाचल में भी तो ऐसा ही है।
मोदी जी, मुझे जो एक समानता मुझे मिली ना वो थी कि जो देश प्रेम है ना और जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का जो विजन और जो फीलिंग जो मुझे देखा। क्योंकि अरुणाचल में भी लोग अपने आप को बहुत ही गर्व महसूस करते हैं कि वो भारतीय है और राजस्थान में भी लोग अपनी मातृभूमि के लिए बहुत जो गर्व महसूस होता है, वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा नजर आया। और स्पेशली जो युवा पीढ़ी है ना, क्योंकि मैंने उधर में बहुत सारे युवा के साथ इंटरेक्ट और बातचीत किया ना, तो वो चीज मुझे बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया, जो कि वो चाहते हैं कि भारत के लिए जो कुछ करने का और जो अपने देश के लिए प्रेम है ना, वो चीज मुझे बहुत ही दोनों ही राज्य में बहुत सिमिलरिटी नजर आया।
तो वहाँ जो मित्र मिले हैं मुझसे परिचय बढ़ाया कि आकर के भूल गए?
मैंने बढ़ाया, परिचय किया।
हाँ। तो आप सोशल मीडिया में एक्टिव हैं?
जी मोदी जी में एक्टिव हो।
तो आपने ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए अपना, ये युवा संगम का अनुभव कैसा रहा, आपने उसमें एनरोल कैसे किया, राजस्थान में अनुभव कैसा रहा, ताकि देश भर के युवाओं को पता चले कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का महात्मा क्या है, ये योजना क्या है, उसका फायदा युवा कैसे ले सकते हैं। पूरा अपने एक्सपीरियंस का ब्लॉग लिखना चाहिए, तो बहुत लोगों को पढ़ने के लिए काम आएगा।
जी मैं जरूर करूंगा।
ग्यामर जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके। और आप सब युवा देश के लिए, देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, क्योंकि ये 25 साल अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, आपके जीवन के भी और देश के जीवन के भी। तो मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मोदी, आपको भी।
नमस्कार भैया। साथियों, अरुणाचल के लोग इतनी आत्मीयता से भरे होते हैं कि उनसे बात करते हुए मुझे बहुत आनंद आता है। युवा संगम में ग्यामर जी का अनुभव तो बेहतरीन रहा। आइए अब बिहार की बेटी विशाखा सिंह जी से बात करते हैं। विशाखा जी नमस्कार।
सर्वप्रथम तो भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मेरा प्रणाम, और मेरे साथ सभी डेलीगेट्स की तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, पहले अपने बारे में बताइए, फिर मुझे युवा संगम के विषय में भी जानना है।
मैं बिहार के सासाराम नाम के शहर की निवासी हूँ, और मुझे युवा संगम के बारे में मेरे कॉलेज के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के मैसेज के थ्रू पता चला था सबसे पहले तो। उसके बाद फिर मैंने पता करा इसके बारे में और डिटेल निकाली कि ये क्या है, तो मुझे पता चला कि ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक स्कीम, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के थ्रू युवा संगम है। तो उसके बाद मैंने अप्लाई करा, और जब मैंने अप्लाई करा तो मैं एक्साइटेड थी इस पे ज्वाइन होने के लिए। लेकिन जब मैं वहां से घूम के तमिलनाडु जाके वापस आई, तो वो जो एक्सपोजर मैंने गेन किया, उसके बाद मुझे अभी बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा प्राउड फील होता है दैट आई हैव बीन द पार्ट ऑफ दिस प्रोग्राम। तो मुझे बहुत ही ज्यादा खुशी है उस प्रोग्राम में पार्ट लेने की, और मैं तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ आपका कि आपने हमारे जैसे युवाओं के लिए इतना बेहतरीन प्रोग्राम बनाया, जिससे हम भारत के विभिन्न भागों के कल्चर को अडेप्ट कर सकते हैं।
विशाखा जी, आप क्या पढ़ती हैं?
मैं कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग की सेकंड ईयर की छात्रा हूँ।
अच्छा विशाखा जी, आपने किस राज्य में जाना है, कहाँ जुड़ना है, वो निर्णय कैसे किया?
जब मैंने ये युवा संगम के बारे में सर्च करना शुरू किया गूगल पे, तभी मुझे पता चल गया था कि बिहार के डेलीगेट्स को तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट्स के साथ एक्सचेंज किया जा रहा है। तमिलनाडु काफी रिच कल्चरल स्टेट है हमारे कंट्री का। तो उस टाइम भी मैंने जब ये जाना, ये देखा कि बिहार वालों को तमिलनाडु भेजा जा रहा है, तो इसने भी मुझे बहुत ज्यादा मदद किया ये डिसीजन लेने में कि मुझे फॉर्म फिल करना चाहिए, वहाँ जाना चाहिए या नहीं। और मैं सच में आज बहुत ज्यादा गौरवान्वित महसूस करती हूँ कि मैंने इसमें पार्ट लिया, और मुझे बहुत खुशी है।
आपका पहली बार जाना हुआ तमिलनाडु?
जी, मैं पहली बार गई थी।
अच्छा, कोई खास यादगार चीज अगर आप कहना चाहें तो क्या कहेंगे? देश के युवा सुन रहे हैं आपको।
जी, पूरा जर्नी माने तो मेरे लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन रहा है। एक एक पड़ाव पे हमने बहुत सारी अच्छी चीजें सीखी हैं। मैंने तमिलनाडु में जाके अच्छे दोस्त बनाए हैं, वहाँ के कल्चर को अडेप्ट किया है, वहाँ के लोगों से मिली मैं। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी चीज जो मुझे लगी वहाँ पे, वो पहली चीज तो ये कि किसी को भी मौका नहीं मिलता है इसरो में जाने का, और हम डेलीगेट्स थे तो हमें ये मौका मिला था कि हम इसरो में जाएं। प्लस दूसरी बात सबसे अच्छी थी वो थी जब हम राजभवन में गए और हम तमिलनाडु के राज्यपाल जी से मिले। तो वो दो मोमेंट जो था वो मेरे लिए काफी सही था। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जिस एज में हम हैं एज अ यूथ, हमें वो मौका नहीं मिल पाता जो कि युवा संगम के थ्रू मिला है। तो ये काफी सही और सबसे यादगार मोमेंट था मेरे लिए।
बिहार में तो खाने का तरीका अलग है, तमिलनाडु में खाने का तरीका अलग है।
जी,
तो वो सेट हो गया था पूरी तरह?
वहाँ जब हम लोग गए थे तो साउथ इंडियन क्विजीन है वहाँ पे तमिलनाडु में। तो जैसे ही हम लोग गए थे तो वहाँ जाते के साथ हमें डोसा, इडली, सांभर, उत्तपम, वड़ा, उपमा ये सब सर्व किया गया था। तो पहले जब हमने ट्राई करा तो दैट वाज टू गुड। वहाँ का खाना जो है वो बहुत ही हेल्दी है एक्चुअली, बहुत ही ज्यादा टेस्ट में भी बेहतरीन है और हमारे नॉर्थ के खाने से बहुत ही ज्यादा अलग है। तो मुझे वहाँ का खाना भी बहुत अच्छा लगा और वहाँ के लोग भी बहुत अच्छे लगे।
अब तो दोस्त भी बन गए होंगे तमिलनाडु में।
जी जी, वहाँ पे हम रुके थे NIT त्रिची में, उसके बाद IIT मद्रास में। तो उन दोनों जगह के स्टूडेंट से तो मेरी दोस्ती हो गई है। प्लस बीच में एक CII का वेलकम सेरेमनी था, तो वहाँ पे वहाँ के आसपास के कॉलेज के भी बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स आए थे। तो वहाँ हमने उन स्टूडेंट से भी इंटरेक्ट किया और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उन लोगों से मिलकर। काफी लोग तो मेरे दोस्त भी हैं और कुछ डेलीगेट से भी मिले थे, जो तमिलनाडु के डेलीगेट बिहार आ रहे थे, तो हमारी बातचीत उनसे भी हुई थी और हम अभी भी आपस में बात करते हैं, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है।
तो विशाखा जी, आप एक ब्लॉग लिखिए और सोशल मीडिया पे ये आपको पूरा अनुभव, एक तो इस युवा संगम का, फिर एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का, और फिर तमिलनाडु में अपनापन जो मिला, जो आपको स्वागत सत्कार हुआ, तमिल लोगों का प्यार मिला, ये सारी चीजें देश को बताइए आप। तो लिखोगे आप?
जी जरूर।
तो मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार।
ग्यामर और विशाखा, आपको मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। युवा संगम में आपने जो सीखा है वो जीवन पर्यंत आपके साथ रहे, यही मेरी आप सबके प्रति शुभकामना है। साथियों, भारत की शक्ति इसकी विविधता में है। हमारे देश में देखने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। इसी को देखते हुए एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री ने युवा संगम नाम से एक बेहतरीन पहल की है। इस पहल का उद्देश्य पीपल टू पीपल कनेक्ट बढ़ाने के साथ ही देश के युवाओं को आपस में घुलने मिलने का मौका देना। विभिन्न राज्यों के उच्च शिक्षा संस्थानों को इससे जोड़ा गया है। युवा संगम में युवा दूसरे राज्यों के शहरों और गांवों में जाते हैं। उन्हें अलग अलग तरह के लोगों के साथ मिलने का मौका मिलता है। युवा संगम के फर्स्ट राउंड में लगभग 1200 युवा देश के 22 राज्यों का दौरा कर चुके हैं। जो भी युवा इसका हिस्सा बने हैं, वे अपने साथ ऐसी यादें लेकर वापस लौट रहे हैं जो जीवन भर उनके हृदय में बसी रहेगी। हमने देखा है कि कई बड़ी कंपनियों के CEO, बिजनेस लीडर्स, उन्होंने बैग पैकर्स की तरह भारत में समय गुजारा है। मैं जब दूसरे देशों के लीडर से मिलता हूं तो कई बार वो भी बताते हैं कि वो अपनी युवावस्था में भारत घूमने के लिए गए थे। हमारे भारत में इतना कुछ जानने और देखने के लिए है कि आपकी उत्सुकता हर बार बढ़ती ही जाएगी। मुझे उम्मीद है कि इन रोमांचक अनुभवों को जानकर आप भी देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों की यात्रा के लिए जरूर प्रेरित होंगे। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, कुछ दिनों पहले ही मैं जापान में हिरोशिमा में था। वहां मुझे हिरोशिमा पीस मेमोरियल म्यूजियम में जाने का अवसर मिला। यह एक भावुक कर देने वाला अनुभव था। जब हम इतिहास की यादों को संजोकर रखते हैं तो वो आने वाली पीढ़ियों की बहुत मदद करता है। कई बार म्यूजियम में हमें नए सबक मिलते हैं तो कई बार हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत में इंटरनेशनल म्यूजियम एक्सपो का भी आयोजन किया था। इसमें दुनिया के 1200 से अधिक म्यूजियम की विशेषताओं को दर्शाया गया। हमारे यहाँ भारत में अलग अलग प्रकार के ऐसे कई म्यूजियम्स हैं जो हमारे अतीत से जुड़े अनेक पहलुओं को प्रदर्शित करते हैं। जैसे गुरुग्राम में एक अनोखा संग्रहालय है, म्यूजियो कैमेरा। इसमें 1860 के बाद के 8000 से ज्यादा कैमरों का कलेक्शन मौजूद है। तमिलनाडु के म्यूजियम ऑफ पॉसिबिलिटीज को हमारे दिव्यांगजनों को ध्यान में रखकर डिजाइन किया गया है। मुंबई का छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज वास्तु संग्रहालय एक ऐसा म्यूजियम है जिसमें 70,000 से भी अधिक चीजें संरक्षित की गई हैं। साल 2010 में स्थापित इंडियन मेमोरी प्रोजेक्ट एक तरह का ऑनलाइन म्यूजियम है। ये जो दुनिया भर से भेजी गई तस्वीरों और कहानियों के माध्यम से भारत के गौरवशाली इतिहास की कड़ियों को जोड़ने में जुटा है। विभाजन की विभीषिका से जुड़ी स्मृतियों को भी सामने लाने का प्रयास किया गया है। बीते वर्षों में भी हमने भारत में नए नए तरह के म्यूजियम और मेमोरियल बनते देखे हैं। स्वाधीनता संग्राम में आदिवासी भाई बहनों के योगदान को समर्पित 10 नए म्यूजियम बनाए जा रहे हैं। कोलकाता के विक्टोरिया मेमोरियल में विप्लवी भारत गैलरी हो या फिर जलियांवाला बाग मेमोरियल का पुनरुद्धार, देश के सभी पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों को समर्पित पीएम म्यूजियम भी आज दिल्ली की शोभा बढ़ा रहा है। दिल्ली में ही नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल और पुलिस मेमोरियल में हर रोज अनेकों लोग शहीदों को नमन करने आते हैं। ऐतिहासिक दांडी यात्रा को समर्पित दांडी मेमोरियल हो या फिर स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी म्यूजियम, खैर मुझे यहीं रुक जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि देश भर में म्यूजियम्स की लिस्ट काफी लंबी है और पहली बार देश में सभी म्यूजियम्स के बारे में जरूरी जानकारियों को कंपाइल भी किया गया है। म्यूजियम किस थीम पर आधारित है, वहां किस तरह की वस्तुएं रखी हैं, वहां की कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स क्या है, ये सब कुछ एक ऑनलाइन डायरेक्टरी में समाहित है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि आपको जब भी मौका मिले अपने देश के इन म्यूजियम्स को देखने जरूर जाएं। आप वहां की आकर्षक तस्वीरों को #म्यूजियम मेमोरीज पर शेयर करना भी ना भूलें। इससे अपनी वैभवशाली संस्कृति के साथ हम भारतीयों का जुड़ाव और मजबूत होगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम सब ने एक कहावत कई बार सुनी होगी, बार बार सुनी होगी, बिन पानी सब सून, बिना पानी जीवन पर संकट तो रहता ही है, व्यक्ति और देश का विकास भी ठप पड़ जाता है। भविष्य की इसी चुनौती को देखते हुए आज देश के हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है। हमारे अमृत सरोवर इसलिए विशेष हैं क्योंकि ये आजादी के अमृत काल में बन रहे हैं और इसमें लोगों का अमृत प्रयास लगा है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि अब तक 50,000 से ज्यादा अमृत सरोवरों का निर्माण भी हो चुका है। ये जल संरक्षण की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा कदम है। साथियों, हम हर गर्मी में इसी तरह पानी से जुड़ी चुनौतियों के बारे में बात करते रहते हैं। इस बार भी हम इस विषय को लेंगे, लेकिन इस बार चर्चा करेंगे जल संरक्षण से जुड़े स्टार्टअप्स की। एक स्टार्टअप है फ्लॉक्स जैन। ये स्टार्टअप आईओटी एनेबल्ड तकनीक के जरिए वाटर मैनेजमेंट के विकल्प देता है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी पानी के इस्तेमाल के पैटर्न्स बताएगा और पानी के प्रभावी इस्तेमाल में मदद करेगा। एक और स्टार्टअप है लिव एंड सेंस। ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग पर आधारित प्लेटफॉर्म है। इसकी मदद से वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की प्रभावी निगरानी की जा सकेगी। इससे ये भी पता चल सकेगा कि कहां कितना पानी बर्बाद हो रहा है। एक और स्टार्टअप है कुंभी कागज। ये कुंभी कागज ऐसा विषय है, मुझे पक्का विश्वास है आपको भी बहुत पसंद आएगा। कुंभी कागज स्टार्टअप, उसने एक विशेष काम शुरू किया है। वे जल कुंभी से कागज बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। यानी जो जलकुंभी कभी जल स्रोतों के लिए एक समस्या समझी जाती थी, उसी से अब कागज बनने लगा है। साथियों, कई युवा अगर इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए काम कर रहे हैं, तो कई युवा ऐसे भी हैं जो समाज को जागरूक करने के मिशन में भी लगे हुए हैं। जैसे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में बालोद जिले के युवा हैं। यहाँ के युवाओं ने पानी बचाने के लिए एक अभियान शुरू किया है। ये घर घर जाकर लोगों को जल संरक्षण के लिए जागरूक करते हैं। कहीं शादी ब्याह जैसा कोई आयोजन होता है तो युवाओं का ये ग्रुप वहां जाकर पानी का दुरुपयोग कैसे रोका जा सकता है, इसकी जानकारी देता है। पानी के सदुपयोग से जुड़ा एक प्रेरक प्रयास झारखंड के खूंटी जिले में भी हो रहा है। खूंटी में लोगों ने पानी के संकट से निपटने के लिए बोरी बांध का रास्ता निकाला है। बोरी बांध से पानी इकट्ठा होने के कारण यहाँ साग सब्जियां भी पैदा होने लगी हैं। इससे लोगों की आमदनी भी बढ़ रही है और इलाके की जरूरतें भी पूरी हो रही हैं। जन भागीदारी का कोई भी प्रयास कैसे कई बदलावों को साथ लेकर आता है, खूंटी इसका एक आकर्षक उदाहरण बन गया है। मैं यहाँ के लोगों को इस प्रयास के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 1965 के युद्ध के समय हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने जय जवान जय किसान का नारा दिया था। बाद में अटल जी ने इसमें जय विज्ञान भी जोड़ दिया था। कुछ वर्ष पहले देश के वैज्ञानिकों से बात करते हुए मैंने जय अनुसंधान की बात की थी। मन की बात में आज बात एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की, एक ऐसी संस्था की जो जय जवान जय किसान जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान इन चारों का ही प्रतिबिंब है। ये सज्जन है महाराष्ट्र के श्रीमान शिवाजी शामराव डोले जी। शिवाजी डोले नासिक जिले के एक छोटे से गांव के रहने वाले हैं। वो गरीब आदिवासी किसान परिवार से आते हैं और एक पूर्व सैनिक भी हैं। फौज में रहते हुए उन्होंने अपना जीवन देश के लिए लगाया। रिटायर होने के बाद उन्होंने कुछ नया सीखने का फैसला किया और एग्रीकल्चर में डिप्लोमा किया। यानी वो जय जवान से जय किसान की तरफ बढ़ चले। अब हर पल उनकी कोशिश यही रहती है कि कैसे कृषि क्षेत्र में अपना अधिक से अधिक योगदान दें। अपने इस अभियान में शिवाजी डोले जी ने 20 लोगों की एक छोटी सी टीम बनाई और कुछ पूर्व सैनिकों को भी इसमें जोड़ा। इसके बाद उनकी इस टीम ने वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव पावर एंड एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग लिमिटेड नाम की एक सहकारी संस्था का प्रबंधन अपने हाथ में ले लिया। ये सहकारी संस्था निष्क्रिय पड़ी थी, जिसे रिवाइव करने का बीड़ा उन्होंने उठाया। देखते ही देखते आज वेंकटेश्वर कोऑपरेटिव का विस्तार कई जिलों में हो गया है। आज ये टीम महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटका में काम कर रही है। इससे करीब 18,000 लोग जुड़े हैं, जिनमें काफी संख्या में हमारे एक्स सर्विसमैन भी हैं। नासिक के मालेगांव में इस टीम के सदस्य 500 एकड़ से ज्यादा जमीन में एग्रो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं। ये टीम जल संरक्षण के लिए भी कई तालाब भी बनवाने में जुटी है। खास बात यह है कि इन्होंने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग और डेयरी भी शुरू की है। अब इनके उगाए अंगूरों को यूरोप में भी एक्सपोर्ट किया जा रहा है। इस टीम की जो 2 बड़ी विशेषताएं हैं जिसने मेरा ध्यान आकर्षित किया है, वो ये है जय विज्ञान और जय अनुसंधान। इसके सदस्य टेक्नोलॉजी और मॉडर्न एग्रो प्रैक्टिसेस का अधिक से अधिक उपयोग कर रहे हैं। दूसरी विशेषता यह है कि वे एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जरूरी कई तरह के सर्टिफिकेशन पर भी फोकस कर रहे हैं। सहकार से समृद्धि की भावना के साथ काम कर रही इस टीम की मैं सराहना करता हूं। इस प्रयास से न सिर्फ बड़ी संख्या में लोगों का सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, बल्कि आजीविका के अनेक साधन भी बने हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि यह प्रयास मन की बात के हर श्रोता को प्रेरित करेगा। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज 28 मई को महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी वीर सावरकर जी की जयंती है। उनके त्याग, साहस और संकल्प शक्ति से जुड़ी गाथाएं आज भी हम सबको प्रेरित करती हैं। मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब मैं अंडमान में उस कोठरी में गया था जहां वीर सावरकर ने काला पानी की सजा काटी थी। वीर सावरकर का व्यक्तित्व दृढ़ता और विशालता से समाहित था। उनके निर्भीक और स्वाभिमानी स्वभाव को गुलामी की मानसिकता बिल्कुल भी रास नहीं आती थी। स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन ही नहीं, सामाजिक समानता और सामाजिक न्याय के लिए भी वीर सावरकर ने जितना कुछ किया उसे आज भी याद किया जाता है। साथियों, कुछ दिन बाद 4 जून को संत कबीरदास जी की भी जयंती है। कबीरदास जी ने जो मार्ग हमें दिखाया है वो आज भी उतना ही प्रासंगिक है। कबीरदास जी कहते थे, कबीरा कुआं एक है पानी भरे अनेक, बर्तन में ही भेद हैं पानी सब में एक। यानी कुएं पर भले भिन्न भिन्न तरह के लोग पानी भरने आए, लेकिन कुआं किसी में भेद नहीं करता। पानी तो सभी बर्तनों में एक ही होता है। संत कबीर ने समाज को बांटने वाली हर कुप्रथा का विरोध किया, समाज को जागरूक करने का प्रयास किया। आज जब देश विकसित होने के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो हमें संत कबीर से प्रेरणा लेते हुए समाज को सशक्त करने के अपने प्रयास और बढ़ाने चाहिए। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अब मैं आपसे देश की एक ऐसी महान हस्ती के बारे में चर्चा करने जा रहा हूं जिन्होंने राजनीति और फिल्म जगत में अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा के बल पर अमिट छाप छोड़ी। इस महान हस्ती का नाम है एनटी रामाराव, जिन्हें हम सभी एनटीआर के नाम से भी जानते हैं। आज एनटीआर की 100वीं जयंती है। अपनी बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के बल पर वो न सिर्फ तेलुगु सिनेमा के महानायक बने, बल्कि उन्होंने करोड़ों लोगों का दिल भी जीता। क्या आपको मालूम है कि उन्होंने 300 से अधिक फिल्मों में काम किया था? उन्होंने कई ऐतिहासिक पात्रों को अपने अभिनय के दम पर फिर से जीवंत कर दिया था। भगवान कृष्ण, राम और ऐसी कई अन्य भूमिकाओं में एनटीआर की एक्टिंग को लोगों ने इतना पसंद किया कि लोग उन्हें आज भी याद करते हैं। एनटीआर ने सिनेमा जगत के साथ साथ राजनीति में भी अपनी अलग पहचान बनाई थी। यहां भी उन्हें लोगों का भरपूर प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला। देश दुनिया में लाखों लोगों के दिलों पर राज करने वाले एनटी रामाराव जी को मैं अपनी विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में इस बार इतना ही। अगली बार कुछ नए विषयों के साथ आपके बीच आऊंगा। तब तक कुछ इलाकों में गर्मी और ज्यादा बढ़ चुकी होगी, कहीं कहीं पर बारिश भी शुरू हो जाएगी। आपको मौसम की हर परिस्थिति में अपनी सेहत का ध्यान रखना है। 21 जून को हम वर्ल्ड योगा डे भी मनाएंगे। उसकी भी देश विदेश में तैयारियां चल रही है। आप इन तैयारियों के बारे में भी अपने मन की बात मुझे लिखते रहिए। किसी और विषय पर कोई और जानकारी अगर आपको मिले तो वो भी मुझे बताइएगा। मेरा प्रयास ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुझावों को मन की बात में लेने का रहेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मिलेंगे अगले महीने। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। नमस्कार।
Republic is #1 on television, now soon on digital this July.
All right, that was 101st episode of Prime Minister's Fireside Chat, Man Ki Baat, in which, as always, all-encompassing conversation that the Prime Minister had with the people of the country, speaking about personalities that included Veer Savarkar, whose birth anniversary we mark today, and N.T. Ramarao, the Telugu stalwart leader, and Sant Kabir. Apart from that, he spoke of some youth startups focusing on water conservation. And then he, in fact, spoke to two youngsters, one from Arunachal and one from Bihar, on the experience they had traveling across the country as part of a youth conclave. On that note, let's come back to the story that we are covering today, the big event, the momentous occasion, which is dedication and inauguration of the new parliament building to the nation by the Prime Minister, the formal ceremony for which is to happen just in a few minutes from now, perhaps, as the dignitaries gather in the Lok Sabha chamber of the new parliament building, and the religious ceremony, the consecration of the Sengol and its placement inside the Lok Sabha chamber, which happened in the morning, again by the Prime Minister. On that note, in fact, I am joined by Dr. Padma Subramaniam, artist, dancer, who for the first time perhaps wrote to the Prime Minister, bringing the Sangol issue center stage to the notice of the Prime Minister. Very good morning to you, Ms. Subramaniam. The fact that you, in fact, in many ways began this story which has led to the Sengol becoming center stage insofar as India's new parliament building is concerned. You think this is a matter of history versus civilization? Is it a matter of record versus sentiment? The kind of politics we have seen panning out over the last 1 week since the Sangol story came out with the announcement by the central government. Is it really about sentiments more than history or anything else, or records or anything else?
Well, is history not also sentiment? History also gives us sentiments in life, and it gives a certain emotional content to our life. And it's a historic moment, a time when every Indian must be feeling taller with pride and pray for the golden era of Bharat.
Yeah, golden era of Bharat, you said. But the kind of criticism that has happened of the Sengol ceremony, ma'am, you think the opposition is misplaced in its position that they have taken? Also, if you can take us back to the time when you picked up this story from Tughlaq, I believe, and then brought this to the attention of the Prime Minister. And when you did that, what was the first response from the Prime Minister?
Well, I must say that I didn't get a reply immediately from the Prime Minister's office. It took some time, probably because they were doing some research to see what kind of evidence they get for whatever has been said in the article and in my translation. And Ministry of Culture, through the IGNCA, had done the spade work, and they found enough evidence, and that's how this is now just not taking some space in the 75th year celebration of our independence, but Sengol has a permanent place. It's like amending what was, almost a sin that was committed for 75 years, not caring for a very holy object. I call it holy because not only because of any religious connotation, but it is extremely important to record history, and This is a symbol of the transformation of power from the British Raj to the Indian government. And this should have taken a right place in the history books. I never studied. I am a student of history, but I never had a chance to see it mentioned in any history book, even in Tamil. So I feel extremely elated that my letter triggered to such extent that the Sengol is finding the right place in the new parliament building. Probably it will inspire generations of members of parliament to be honest, straight, uncompromisingly straight, like the straight rod that you see in the Sengol.
Yeah, and this interesting bit of information that you are sharing, ma'am, the fact that when you brought it to the notice of the Prime Minister's office, the response was not immediate or political. There was a due diligence that was put in place. There was proper research that was done on this subject, and subsequently a decision was taken that yes, this is a crucial piece of history missing from our living memory, and that it needs to be restored.
Yeah. It was not as though somebody was very keen on bringing out something in a, just to catch the eye of the public and make use of it in a different way with some hidden agenda. It was not like that. A proper research had been done on the evidences, and that's how it has stood the time, stood the misgivings of people not understanding. I think there has not been proper understanding of the whole thing. Those who are against it today are going to be sitting inside the parliament. It's not as though they can avoid the parliament forever. And even if they don't want to look into the significance of the object, there are so many beautiful artifacts around. Are they not going to have a sense to enjoy, a piece of art to the eyes? And like music, you know, when you listen to music, whether you understand or not is not important. But if you have a sense for music, you enjoy music. So even take it as a as a symbol, or that was given 75 years ago, and it is part of history. So there's nothing more to grieve about or be angry about. No suspicion is necessary.
That's a very crucial aspect of the story you are bringing out, ma'am, that there was no politics involved. You as a citizen picked up this from a Tamil press publication, and then you forwarded it to the Prime Minister's office, which did its due diligence. There was no political thought to it. And then after due diligence, a thought came that, yes, this is something which should be brought back center stage, and that's why it was done. So it was not the kind of political narrative that's being pushed by the opposition on a certain Hindu agenda being brought in through the Sangol. On that note, thank you so much, Ms. Padma Subramaniam, the artist from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, who brought Sengol first to the notice of Prime Minister's office, which has led to finally the Sengol finding its rightful pride of place in the new Lok Sabha building. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. On that note, a short break. On the other side, we go back to the actual inauguration ceremony of the new Parliament building.
For 6 years, you've trusted Republic TV with breaking news, views and debates. For the very first time, we're bringing #1 news brand on digital. Stay tuned for Republic Digital this July.
A new era of truly international premium schooling is coming to India. Harrow School in the UK, over 450 years, has educated numerous prime ministers, Nobel laureates, royal families, and prominent figures in arts, sciences, and business. Harrow International School is now opening as the most premium co-ed day and boarding school of India in Bengaluru. For admissions to grade 6 onwards, visit harrowbengaluru.in.
कलाम साहब से मिलना होगा सर, डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम साहब.
Of course, Kalam has been my guru for almost 25 years. I had known Kalam as project director of SLV-3 when he was in the Department of Space. तो हमारे पास उस जमाने में एक रशियन मिसाइल हुआ करता था, SAM-2. हमने अपना इंजन लिया और वो SAM-2 में उसको इंटीग्रेट किया. तो हम श्रीहरिकोटा रेंज से जाके हमने 1982 में जब कलाम साहब आए तब टेस्ट किया. तो that was the first time I interacted with Dr. Kalam.
Ever since we launched in 2017, we've been India's #1 news channel, and then we became India's #1 news network. Today we operate the #1 channels in English, in Hindi, and in Bangla, and we're going to expand across India and hopefully very soon to the entire world. Now this journey cannot be complete without us entering the digital news medium in a stronger, effective and well-planned way. And I'm delighted to share with you, with all of you, our support base, our viewers, our followers, and people who are really part of Republic, that yes, Republic, India's #1 on television, is now coming on digital. This July, Republic will be on digital.
ये जो साइंटिस्ट का सफर है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हो गया?
Right from the beginning, I wanted to do something in aeronautics, something where I can exercise my hobby to launch rockets or do aircraft. मुझे flying objects से बहुत प्यार था. Then I consulted and I realized if I really want to do aeronautics and also rockets, DRDL is the right place to join. Immediately after completing my project work and finishing my Viva, next day I took a train and came to Hyderabad and joined DRDL.
All right, welcome back, and we continue our build-up to the inauguration ceremony of the new Parliament building, which would be done in a while from now by the Prime Minister in the presence of dignitaries and, of course, the entire nation watching the momentous occasion. We are joined in by PKD Nambiar, political analyst, also Abhijit Iyer Mitra. But we were having this conversation, Mr. Chakrabarti, with you earlier about Prime Minister Modi's legacy when it comes to socio-cultural infrastructure. The small thing of, for example, renaming Rajpath as Kartavya Path, among others. We take this conversation forward and talk about today's dedication of the Parliament, and particularly the placement of Sengol inside the Lok Sabha chamber as part of the larger philosophy or thought of the Prime Minister of center staging the civilizational ethos of India into India's modern day life.
I think as a Tamilian and as an Indian, I'm really proud of what has been done today. And they've put a lot of thought into this also. See, if you look at the original Sengol was given only by the Tiruvavadurai Adinam. But today they've called all the other Adinams as well. So they've kept it very broad-based, which is the right way to do it. Also, the reason for singing the Kolarapadigam is important. There are close to 790 or more Tevaram hymns, but they chose this one because it goes back to a historical concept. That many astrologers on the eve of independence pointed out that if we got our independence during the day, it would be disastrous for the country. I guess Pakistan ignored it, which is probably why they are where they are today, but which is why we chose freedom at midnight. And the Kolarapadigam was composed by the Saint Triyana Sambandha when people told him not to travel because of the harmful effects of the Navagraha or the 9 planets at that moment. So the Kolarapadigam is actually about saying if your heart is pure, if your intentions are good, if your deed is honorable, if you are following Dharma, none of the 9 planets, nothing in this world, either divine or ordinary, either living or non-living, can stop you from achieving success. So the choice of the words is very important here. And also what is beautiful is the Kolarapadigam is sung in a pun, not a raga, but a pun, which is the Tamil way of music. And the raga for Kolarapadigam is typically derived from the Hindustani raga Navroz. So there's Tamil from the south, there's a raga from the north. It's very beautifully done, very syncretic tradition of India, which is the way it should be done. So I think all of these are symbols to put Tamil, to put Tamil Nadu, to put the south indeed back in the spotlight, equal with the north and with the east and the west as well.
Yeah, Abhijit, you see, the fact that Prime Minister, when he lands from his Asia Pacific tour, in the first address he makes at the airport itself, talks about how the kind of pride he felt when he dedicated the Papua New Guinea local language version of Thirukural there when he was there. Prime Minister sort of was the motivation or gave the idea of the Kashi Tamil Sangamam, similarly the Saurashtra Tamil Sangamam. And today when he dedicated or gave that Sengol to the Lok Sabha chamber, he spoke about how Tamil culture is integral to what constitutes India's unity. So Prime Minister is making a big outreach in terms of bridging the north-south divide, and it's being opposed, ironically, by same set of people who accuse North of sort of colonizing the South.
But why is that surprising? See, the political agenda is to keep a sort of separate nationality, create this sort of sense of a separate nationality in order to buck all India trends. Now, you go back and look at the Chora emperors. When they go and conquer Bengal, Rajendra Chora brings back water from the Ganga and names his new capital Gangaikonda Chorapuram. Right, which is one of the 4 great Chora temples out there. So there was always this belief that Tamil Nadu was always part, in those days Chora Mandala was always a part of this Indian cultural whole. So many of the Jyotirlingas and things like that are in Tamil Nadu. So it has always culturally been part of India, which has always been sort of the BJP's platform, that there may be linguistic divisions, there may be idea divisions, but ultimately, culturally, we are the same people. And that is exactly what was done. Notice what happened in the ceremony, the visuals of which are showing at the moment. The Sengol, and it's very telling that the Sengol was chosen, that the announcement was made when the Prime Minister comes back from his Asia Pacific trip, highlighting what? Remember, the Chora Navy was the paramount navy of the Indian Ocean at that point of time. They did the first long-range power projection at that particular point, where they, went to... Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Abhijit, just asking you to stop for a bit your flow of thoughts. We are getting first pictures live from inside the Parliament House, the new Parliament House, the Lok Sabha chamber, which is going to develop as Central Hall also because of its huge capacity, which can seat over 1,200 plus people. And we are seeing the invitees, the dignitaries, the guests taking their seats, taking their place before the ceremony begins. Former Speaker Sumitra Mahajan, for example, in the pictures, among others, most of the sitting Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha members, of course, apart from former President Ramnath Kovind being greeted by Piyush Goyal, the Union Commerce Minister, and among others, former Prime Minister H.D. Deve Gowda in the pictures. I can see Union Home Minister Amit Shah being greeted by other members of Parliament. Remember, Mohan Bhagwat of the RSS, I can see. No, it's not Mohan Bhagwat. So, these are some of the dignitaries and guests invited, including, of course, the opposition, which has chosen to absent itself. Almost 21 political parties that have decided to boycott the ceremony. And these are pictures we are getting from both inside and outside the Parliament House. We are waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive and for the formal event to begin. If I could give a sense of what's exactly going to happen minute by minute for the benefit of viewers who are joining us now. Prime Minister arrives anytime now, and with the dignitaries seated on the dais, the event begins exactly at 12:05, which is about 15 minutes from now. The national anthem plays out at 12:07. Then there is a welcome address by the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha at 12:10 p.m. After 7 minutes at 12:17 p.m., there would be a screening of two movies back to back. Those movies, one in Hindi and English, are essentially on the history of parliamentary democracy in India and the place of the parliament, both the old and the new, in the scheme of things. And that should clear some doubts, at least of the opposition, hopefully. And then at 12:29, after 12 minutes of the screening of those two movies, at 12:29 p.m., we're going to see messages read by the Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, of the President of India and the Vice President of India. After which we are going to have an address by the Leader of Opposition in the Rajya Sabha. You'll have to see whether Mallikarjun Kharge really comes or not. And then there is an address by the Speaker of the House of the Lok Sabha at 12:43 p.m. After which the Prime Minister would be releasing a coin, a commemorative coin and a commemorative stamp, postal stamp, to mark the occasion. The coin would be of ₹75 denomination and the stamp also. And then there would be an address by the Prime Minister to mark the occasion and formally dedicate to the nation the new Parliament building, and that's going to be at 1:10 p.m. After which, once the Prime Minister ends, there would be a vote of thanks by the Secretary General of the Lok Sabha, and that's how the event really pans out. We are waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive, even the invitees there in the Lok Sabha chamber of the new Parliament building gather. Coming back to the conversation, let me go to PKD Nambiar on that note, and we have one more guest joining us. PKD Nambiar, you think the opposition has really missed out on an important opportunity to at least have their pictures on the day, when if in future, not immediately, if later in future sometime they come to power, they could have, reflected upon this moment and seen themselves in the pictures and have had a sense of ownership to the new Parliament and hence to the future political destiny of the country, a stake in it. At least they could have visually connected with that.
Just imagine after a few days now, from now the monsoon session of the Parliament is going to start. The people who are called that it is a Brahminical, radical Brahminic, from the Brahmins of Tamil Nadu have come and performed the puja of Samajwadi Party, or the Tejasvi Yadavs, the people who have called it's a coffin kind of a design. Just imagine how their MPs will just walk into this massive pride of India, the new Parliament building. Just imagine how they will be able to get into the Parliament and sit next to the people. I think they have already lost it. They have lost a big opportunity of being part of the celebration of the nation. Ever since morning, I think we have all been talking about these things, that the whole country is celebrating. Each one is taking this as a pride for themselves. And in that kind of a moment, the major opposition parties are abstaining from such kind of an inauguration without even having a real reason for them. I think it's all about their frustration. They have not been able to do it 50, 60 years of their rule. They could not come up with a massive building or a futuristic or a technologically advanced, cultural value system imbibed building. They could not create it. Today they are feeling the heat that यार हमने नहीं कर पाया, अब ये दूसरा कर रहे हैं, वो मोदी जी इसका सारा क्रेडिट लेके जा रहे हैं. But in 2.5 years time, if Indian Parliament building has been made only just a mere 1,200 crore rupees, imagine Abhishek, what all these 70, 75 years we have lost, not even able to build a parliamentary building of our own. I think it's a remarkable day, and the most important thing is that it is not just inauguration, but bringing the cultural values, north, south, west, east, doesn't matter. Bharat Varshe, Bharat Kante, that really is the essence of our ancient history. We are not just born in 1947, but we are actual real Sanathan Dharma believing people, and our value system is truly Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is what today is being proved. And the most important part of today is that bringing all the things from the Sengol, which we were talking about in our language, it is called a Sengol. So that is coming all the way and being a part of it. And we are today talking about the righteousness, dharma. And that too in the parliament building inauguration. Isn't it something very great? We have never talked about in our Indian parliamentary system the dharma or Raj Dharma or all those stuff. I think the Prime Minister Modi is on his real Kartavya path. And I think that Kartavya path, he is unstoppable. Yeah. And even an opposition is just confused, frustrated, not know how to speak, what to react. Yeah. What is happening today is something which we have never seen in the past. At least I'm 45. I have never seen something like this in the past 45 years of my life. Abhishek.
Yeah, PKD, yeah. We have a very contextual guest, I would say, Rajalakshmi Joshi. She's an architect and she joins us live. Ms. Joshi, we have had a tweet from RJD, official Twitter handle of the RJD party, putting a picture of a coffin next to the new parliament building and sort of suggesting that the design looks similar. It's preposterous. It's condemnable that someone in the RJD would think along those lines. But, we have been talking about the old parliament building, the design of which was taken from the Chausat Yogini temple in Morena, Madhya Pradesh, by the architects at that time, Herbert Baker and others. So, this new parliament building, as an architect, what is your sense? What does this design really signify?
Good morning, Abhishek. And, this is a very momentous, historic day. And this tweet by the RJD is an absolute, bad taste. I have absolutely no words to say, it's an abomination. How low the political discourse has fallen. And, I just can't imagine how they could have actually compared this design with that of a coffin. I mean, I don't think anybody else could have imagined that. It's what they have in their mind. And it's probably that it's just a sign of things to come that probably they don't visualize themselves getting into the new parliament. I could only look at it that way. In the earlier old parliament, it was all as per Victorian standards. It was as per European design, and in fact, even the rituals at that time was as per their standards. And today, what we have, I would say, it is more of a Vedic architecture, more of it's a combination of all things that are Indian actually. So it is actually bringing together all the different aspects from all over India. And it has very beautifully incorporated everything from all across the country. Even in the kind of materials that have been used, if you look at it minutely, each and every corner of India has been covered in the kind of materials that have been used. They are not just green materials, that is eco-friendly materials. There has been a lot of thought to how all these materials are incorporated and in a very beautiful way. So, from the point of view of design, I would say that a lot of thought has been given to all the different spaces, all the different aspects, all the structural aspects, even the security aspects and all the services, like if you look at how all the seats and the kind of facilities they have, everything has been very well thought of and very well planned. The one very crucial aspect was, in the old parliament building, there were very, grave security concerns, not just from the point of view of, the literal security. I'm talking about even the fire safety and all those kind of hazards also. Because, and even the earthquake resistance also. At that time, it was not, Delhi was not in that kind of a grave, it was in the zone 2, I assume, and now it is in zone 4. So, a lot of all these aspects have been taken care of, and even the security, like when there was this parliament attack, at that time, those reports which were not really disclosed to everybody, they actually brought out a lot of problems which the security personnel had to face because of the way in which it was designed. And obviously at that time, there was not much thought given to all these aspects. Terrorism was not such a big factor at that time. But today, all those aspects have been taken care of. We cannot actually get into those details, but all of them have been taken care of. And today, if you actually look into it, all those, the comfort, the security, and even the thought being given to the, like I spoke about, the environment-friendly materials. Now, just look at it, the minuteness with which all of this has been thought. Even the sand that was used, it was not actually sand. It was not the original sand that causes an environmental impact to the riverbed or to the seabed, but this was actually the manufactured sand, that is by crushing of stone. So that, so this actually, you can imagine the detail to which this has been thought of, and how everything has been very well planned and everything has been taken care of. And I think it is a matter of great pride.
All right, Rajlakshmi, hold on to your thoughts. We are getting pictures of Prime Minister's car arriving, passing through the Vijay Chowk and then entering inside the Parliament just in moments. Prime Minister's car has arrived at the Parliament complex to inaugurate, with the Prime Minister there to inaugurate the new Parliament building. Pictures coming in live from Vijay Chowk area of the Rayasina Hill, the North Block and the South Block in the backdrop as the carcade made its way from Lok Kalyan Marg via the Vijay Chowk. These are pictures of the Vijay Chowk, security arrangements in place. That's from where we generally report proceedings of the Parliament House, and that will continue to be the practice. And the carcade has made its way inside the Parliament complex. We'll see just in a while Prime Minister being received there by the Speaker and Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha and Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, the presiding officers of the two houses. They are there in the gallery to receive the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister arrives as per protocol. And from there they would be going in a procession inside, and then the proceedings would begin. That's the Prime Minister's carcade inside the Parliament House now. That's the Prime Minister's carcade inside the Parliament House now, the new one in the backdrop. And as it slow walks, the SPG slow walks the Prime Minister's car into the lobby, into the foyer actually, from where now we can see the car has arrived and the two presiding officers, Speaker of the Lok Sabha and Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Let's go to Shawan Sen. He's there outside the Parliament, in fact, from where these pictures are coming in live. Shawan, over to you.
Well, in fact, we're just reporting from the rear side of the Parliament. Not very sure, Abhishek, you'll be able to see much of it. We'll probably have to cut across to the visuals that are basically coming in from the agencies because that gives you a direct view of the Parliament as well as the dignitaries who would be entering. As you were pointing out, as per the schedule, you would be... The dignitaries had already arrived around 11:30 this morning, and the Prime Minister finally coming in, and the proceedings thereafter essentially begins. But while all of this is happening, we've had a lot of commentary taking place by political leaders outside the Parliament. In fact, we spoke to a few of the BJP leaders who are basically coming out, and most of them speaking in one voice, saying that this is a historic opportunity that was lost by none other than the opposition parties. They were certainly hoping that the 20 political parties that have boycotted, they would participate in it. But today, when that image basically comes out post 3 o'clock, you would only have some of the parties participating in it. And in the annals of history, remember, that is going to be seen as a lost opportunity even for the opposition parties. Most of them that we spoke to a short while back essentially indicating that same. And let's not forget, Abhishek, the fact of the matter is that the need of the Parliament, and more importantly, what does it